Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to this JVB matchup we have going on today. It's the Elder Panthers versus the St. Xavier Bombers. It's going to be a very exciting game. They have faced off a few times this season, and I think Elder is yet to beat them. Right now, the Panthers are 2-1 in the GCL, and the St. Xavier Bombers are 2-0. And right now, it does say that the Bombers are 2-0, but on their website, it only shows them as 2-0. But they have been a part of many tournaments, and there was an Elder JVB tournament, and they did win that.
Yeah.
So coming into this.
Yeah, St. X did come here a little while ago, early in the season, came here and beat Elder at their own house. So I'm assuming they're going to have a little revenge on their hands. So that's how I would be thinking. And, I mean, it's a Friday night rivalry game. Can't ask for anything better than this. I mean, many people might not think it, but, I mean, this is just the start to a big varsity game. These are what stacks up, what builds attention for late games, you know, fifth set varsity games. So I'm really excited to watch this game right here.
Yeah, the Bombers have kind of been a tick in the Panthers' side because the Panthers have been having a great season. 13-2, you can't ask for much more, but the Bombers have been a very hard competitor this season for the Panthers and have kind of been a team that they're hard to beat. But as we see there, the Panthers will get the first point of the game. And if you guys don't already know our names, I'm Kyle Mason alongside John All, the varsity volleyball player. Great. He's been having a very great season and a very great commentating season, you could say.
I guess.
And now we have Brady Kelly. Brady
Clark.
Brady Clark. Wrong player. I was thinking of varsity.
Yeah.
But we see Brady Clark there.
No, but it's definitely the Panthers definitely improved since the last time they played St. X. So I mean, only on the uptrend here. Both teams are going to bring all that they got to this game.
Yeah, the season's continued on more. They've played more games. They've learned how to beat hard competitors, and it should be a close game. Right now, the Bombers are winning by 2-1. And right now, Owen O'Neill's at the line. His last serve was very well, got the Bombers an ace. Clark's spike is hit hard, but the Bombers keep it under control. Great block there by Trevor Evans. The Panthers get another point on the board to tie it, and that was a great block there by the setter, Evans. He's a very crucial role on that Panthers front row. He can really do it all. I mean, you can kind of rely on him to do any position.
Jason Zanies, good serve.
Good placement there on his serve. Ball gets over. Evans sets it over to Durbin. That one is blocked. Waldman tries keeping it alive, but the ball's going to cross the line, and the Bombers get another point.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. I mean, the Panthers are going to have to take whatever the St. X hands them. Execution's going to be real key for both sides of the net here. Those free ball plays, you have to work something off of them.
Now we'll see Dawson Green up for the Bombers. Clark gets it up. Evans will bump it over. He'll find Clark. The Bombers set is going to be spiked, and that'll be a quick spike there by the Bombers. Jacob Whitaker kind of in an awkward position there, and the ball is placed perfectly on the ground, and the Panthers couldn't save that one, and now the Bombers have a 2-point lead.
Another big thing is you can't get frustrated. There's a lot of game left to play, so 1 point doesn't decide the game, and 1 point doesn't end the game. So all the Panthers can do right now is just hold their own till 25, whatever. That's all they need to do right now.
Yeah, you kind of said it perfectly there. It doesn't really matter how far down you are. You can only go up from there, and right now the Panthers are down by 3, but they can't let it get to them. Just because it's so early on in the game, you don't want the Bombers to get an early lead and early momentum because it's only going to carry on for the rest of the game. We'll see another ace there from the Bombers. Dawson Green is kind of going on a roll here. His serve gets over again. Looks like it's a floater. Evans sets it over to Waldman. Waldman's spike is hit hard, but the Bombers are able to keep it up. Ball is spiked. Whitaker tries getting it over to the net, and Durbin tried saving it, but there's no saving it. And I would definitely say the Bombers are probably the Panthers' hardest competitor, or one of the hardest competitors. They're not used to this type of competition because they've kind of been destroying these last few opponents for these last few games. We'll see there, a great set there by Evans. he'll definitely trick the defense, especially in that front row, kind of throw them off instead of setting it over to the hitter.
Yeah.
He'll just set it right over and place it in a spot that you can't really get to.
Yeah, just being scrappy this entire game. I mean, getting St. X on their toes, making them think every second of every point.
The ball set over to the middle.
Out.
Will be out, and the Panthers do get a point after a little bit of a deficit there. Now they're down by 3, which isn't too much, but they do need to start figuring something out to try and come back against the Bombers, because St. X will not slow down. See Luke Bazalian at the line. His serve does get over. And the Bombers.
A little bit of luck from the basketball hoop right there.
Yeah, it did hit that basketball hoop. It got the Bombers a little out of control. That first hit was a little wonky, but that kind of settled it for the Panthers there with that basketball hoop assist.
Yeah, Bazalian on a little bit of a run here. Brings the Panther back within 2.
Bombers keep it alive.
This is where you need to execute right here.
Clark will spike it. And that'll hit that very back
There you go.
corner.
Good swing by Brady Clark.
Can ask for a better spike there from Clark. It almost looked like Lewis was going to go for that one, but he kind of faked it out, and Clark went for it. It hit that very back left corner.
Perfectly placed ball.
Bazalian back at the line, and
still
that's
a
an
good run.
unfortunate
Still a
miss
good
there.
run. Bazalian brought it back within 2, so that's all you can ask. So Bazalian came in, did his job.
Well, now the Panthers are down by 2, and St. X now has the ball again to serve. We'll see John Taggart.
A little bit of confusion here.
Panthers definitely not playing at full power. I've definitely seen them play in very crucial moments, and the Panthers were able to pull out of it with lots of skill and lots of athleticism was shown. I think the Panthers could definitely win this game if they play to their full potential.
Yeah.
Now we'll see
Again, a lot of game left to play. I mean, they got this set, and then whatever happens, the other team could win the next set, sending into the third set. So anything could happen this entire game. They just got to be on their A game the entire time. That was a good scrappy dump by Trevor Evans right there.
Panzika gets under that one with one arm, and Clark will hit that one over. Bombers are able to keep that one up. Whitaker will bump it over to Evans. Evans backward set over to Clark, and that will be called out of bounds. Isaac Nadler is at the line to serve for the Bombers. Hopefully, I think he's trying to carry the Bombers away with a little bit of a lead. Still up by 2. They're kind of been able to keep that 2 to 3 point lead this entire set. Nadler's serve is good once again. We'll see Clark with another spike, and that'll be called in. Great placement there by Clark. He's been keeping the Panthers in this game.
Yeah, replay here.
Yeah, that was purposely scripted there.
Yeah.
By the Panthers. You can't ask for a better outcome there. And that'll be Panthers ball.
I think a lift called there. Be Panthers ball.
Very bad to see if you are a Bomber fan. Small mistake there. That's only bringing the Panthers back in this game. They're only down by 1. And now we're going to see Tate Waldman at the line. And that'll be a misserved. He'll hit that way too hard. Not enough control on his serve. And the Bombers get the ball right back, and they get their 2-point lead back. Ben Booms' serve gets over, and Panzika gets under it.
Good pass.
Evans gets it to Lewis.
Hey.
And that'll be a point for the Panthers. Booms, his bump there, little out of control. He couldn't get under it in the right spot, and it went out, and no other Bomber player could get it. And now we'll see Panzika at the line to serve. His ball gets over. They set it over to the hitter, and Clark will block it, but it'll hit the antenna, and the Bombers get another point on the board, still keeping that 2-point lead.
Little unlucky right there.
Now Reed Coleman is up to serve for the Bombers, just now subbed in. Let's see how he's able to do coming into this game. The serve gets over. Evans gives it to Clark. Clark's spike is going to go out of bounds. Went right over Nodler's head.
Still a good swing by Clark, just right over his head. I mean, unfortunately, it sailed out a little bit.
Panthers are currently in a huddle right now.
Yeah, probably trying to talk it through, down 3. I mean, probably just saying, no matter what happens here, probably just keep playing our game. I know that's what I would be saying if I was out on the court right now.
Panthers are just playing a little bit slow, but I think the Bombers are also making some mistakes here. And I think if the Bombers weren't making mistakes, I think this score gap would be a lot bigger. I think the Bombers would have a way bigger lead. But I do think the Panthers, if they're able to pick up the pace a little bit, play with a little bit more intensity, I think the game is definitely in their hands. And Clark's able to keep that one up. A little bit of a miscommunication there. And it looks like Evans tried telling Waldman to get there. But it doesn't work out in the Panthers' favor. And now Coleman is back up at the line to serve. Bombers starting to get a bigger lead. Now they're up by 4. Panzika bumps it over to Evans. Evans gets the set over to Walligman. And they're able to keep that one up. And that was great placement there by Green. He set that one over to the net in that one zone there.
Yeah, it's a high IQ play right there. No one's out in the deep space, so just setting it out there, making Elder move.
Coleman's serve gets over once again. Evans gets it to Durbin. Bombers keep it up right at the net. Durbin gets it up. Zanies gets it, and Durbin will set it over. But it looked like that was a double hit.
Yeah.
Yep, double hit. And the Bombers get another point. Another mistake there from the Panthers, and that'll be a very reasonable timeout call. The Bombers are starting to slip away with a bit of a lead, and the Panthers haven't scored in a few points. And Coleman's been at the line for quite some time. I think the Panthers need to figure something out, because right now the Bombers are starting to pick up the pace while the Panthers aren't. And the Bombers are making less and less mistakes and are starting to get the energy flowing. Because as we saw there, that ball could have definitely have dropped.
Yeah.
But we saw Green get that ball set over to the one zone, and no Panther player was even ready for that ball to go over there.
Panthers are a little slow right now, but I mean, that's not the end of the world. Like I said multiple times so far, there's a lot of game left, so still time for the Panthers to pick it up, and I'd say one thing they need right now is energy. I'd always tend to see that the more energy out on the court or on the bench, those teams tend to play a lot better and a lot smarter, knowing that team's a little shaky, that the other team's kind of getting in their head a little bit. So.
Yeah, it's definitely common to start out slow, but you can't let that continue for the rest of the game. And I would definitely, I'm almost fully sure that the Panthers were nervous coming into this game, and that could be a reason why they're a little bit quiet, not much energy coming out of them, because they have lost to the Bombers team. They know what the Bombers team can do to them. So the Panthers were definitely a little nervous coming into this game, a little bit of anxiety, and definitely, I mean, they could definitely win this game. I think they just need to get their energy up, play a little bit quicker, because right now the Bombers seem a little bit more up than the Panthers. Brady Clark at the line. His serve does get over. Green gets under it. That's set over to the middle. Clark keeps it up. Evans trying to find it. He will.
Go get it.
Clark does get that one over.
Good save.
The Bombers
need a
set
reset.
it.
Get the ball.
Abell gets under that one. Evans sets it over to Zanies. Zanies' spike is kept up by the Bombers. Another spike by Abell, but Clark sets that one over to Evans. Evans sets it back over to Clark, but that spike will go into a net.
Yeah, that's a good rally right there. I mean, they saved the ball that went, pretty much in the ceiling. Couldn't see it from up here, but kept sending it over, was able to reset. Just unfortunate that ball went into the net right there.
We'll see Will LaBelle at the line. Panzica gets under that one. Great bump there by Panzica, but the Bombers get it right back. And
Good
Clark
up by
tries
Clark.
going for it. And Durbin keeps it up, but they'll say that he went over the line too much. But great hustle by all the Panther players. Bit of a tricky situation. The Bombers kind of got good placement there on the ball, and the Panthers did as much as they could to try and keep it up.
Yeah, even though that ball didn't show that go to the Panthers' way, I mean, it still shows that they're bringing the Elders bringing the intensity right now. So once when this comes back to 0-0, if one of those balls falls Elder way, then I could see a momentum shift coming toward Elder, and I mean potentially sending this into 3, because right now Panthers down 19-12, but never say never. Elder could come back here.
Clark gets that one set over. And the Panthers do get a point there. Tricky play there by Clark. And it'll put the Panthers back on the board. But right now they're down by 6 points. Bombers are kind of killing them here.
Yeah, big thing for Zanies right here was just keeping it in. I mean, just step by step, bring this lead down and bring them back into this game. So it doesn't have to be an absolute rocket sending over, but just enough for their team, for Elder to get set up. Just like that.
Great spike there by Trevor Evans. He'll get another point on the board for the Panthers, and now they're only down by 5 points. And now we'll see Jason Zanies at the line.
Yeah, just step by step, step by step.
I do notice a bit of the energy is not the same, I would say, in this gym, especially by the bench. I'd say the bench has been a little quiet. Normally they're pretty loud on the bench. And the players on the court, I feel like I just don't feel the same energy coming from them. And I think, you know, that could definitely change as this game goes on. But I think once that changes, I think that could entirely change this game up, because the Bombers don't have much energy either. I think the Bombers right now are definitely composed and locked in for this game, because they definitely want to beat the Panthers away, because they're not at their home court right now. They are away in the Panthers gym. So it's definitely a different environment for them, but I think the Bombers are definitely locked in, and there's not very many mistakes coming from them. Waldman with the perfect spike there.
Good swing by Tate Waldman.
And now that we'll see Luke Bazalian come in to serve.
Hopefully Bazalian can keep a couple in. He did it earlier in this game, or earlier in this set, so I have high hopes that he could do it again, bringing Panthers back into this game.
Yeah, the coach is definitely relying on him a lot to get the Panthers some aces, because he's consistent with his serves. And that's why they have him at that kind of job for the team.
Get up by Whitaker.
Evans sets it over to Clark. Clark's spike is barely going to go out of bounds. Another missed spike there by Clark. And we'll see Durbin come right back in for Bazalian. And right now, the Bombers only need 4 more points to win this game. The Panthers still need 10 to win this. And we see the Bombers with the serve. John Taggart is at the line. It's going to be hard for the Panthers to come back, especially since the Bombers are kind of playing flawlessly. And not very many mistakes coming into this game. And right now the Panthers are kind of out of control. They don't feel the same. I think the Panthers kind of need to turn it around going into the second set, because the score will reset back 0-0, and then any team has a chance. And that'll be a timeout called.
Yeah, right now I'd just say get a little bit of momentum heading into the next set. I mean, obviously in the second set it'll become 0-0, and if you get a little momentum building, then puts even more pressure on St. X, which will give them Elder a little bit of an edge. So, but again, never say never. Only down 7. I know in my experience I have coming back from this deficit before. So, yeah, never say never. Elder's still in this game, down but not out.
Yeah, the Panthers are definitely keeping their game. I mean, only being down by 7, like you said, that's definitely not a terrible. It could be way worse. But I think the Panthers, if they play, like I've said earlier, if they play like they can, because I know how they're able to play, and if they play with the energy that they're able to and the intensity, then I think they could definitely outplay the Bombers, because the Bombers aren't playing like we're not seeing like anything crazy from the Bombers. They're just outplaying the Panthers right now.
Just if Elder's able to limit their mistakes, then this game is a lot closer.
Taggart gets it over to Bell. And that'll be another Bombers point, and they only need 2 more points, and they'll close out the Panthers in the first set. And now Taggart is at the line. And a bit of substitution made. We'll see O'Neal come in for Nodler. And Waldman will set it low. And Lewis can't get to another mistake there by the Panthers.
Yeah,
Nothing seems to be changing. Yeah, now it will be set point.
Served by John Taggart.
They serve, powerful serve there, but he will miss it. And now the Panthers have the serve. We'll see Trevor Evans at the line. Nothing too crazy here. Let's just keep this set in play. Looking very unlikely for the Panthers. Bombers get onto that one. Taggart gives it to a belt, but Panzika keeps it alive. Evans sets it over to Waldman. He'll just bump it right over. Smart play there by him. O'Neal will try to get it. And the Bombers will close out the first set, winning at 25-16. Yeah. Great performance there by the Bombers. I think the Panthers just need to bring the energy up a little bit, kind of get be a little bit less nervous, because I can definitely kind of feel that from them. Not a lot of energy coming out from them. I think if they just play with a little bit more power, a little bit more confidence too, I think that's definitely what it is. I think the Bombers are playing so well because their confidence is high. They've already beat this Panthers team, and they know that they're capable of beating them. And the Panthers should be the same way too. They definitely know that they can beat them. I just think they need to get that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, if just Elder settles down a little bit, I mean, sure they could play a little better and sure they could limit their mistakes, but I mean, just again, bringing in that energy, I mean, I feel like that's going to be a really big factor. I feel like even on both sides, no one has a huge amount of energy, so if Elder brings up their energy and brings up their side, I could totally see Elder coming out on top with this, because I think it will just overpower St. X in the long run.
Yeah, I totally agree there, but that's all we got for that first set. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back in a couple of minutes for the second set of this GCL matchup. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. As we saw a couple minutes ago, right now, the Bombers are leading in this series 1-0, and the Panthers lost there by 9 points. The final score there was 25-16. The Panthers didn't play great there, and the Bombers are just playing with a lot more confidence, like I was mentioning after the end of that first set, that I don't think the Panthers have much confidence in this game. They kind of seem a little bit nervous, and they still feel nervous, but I think that they can definitely change things up going into this second set.
Yeah, I think just limiting the errors, I mean, making a little bit more serves, just putting in a little bit more balls, maybe not as much in the net. They should be fine. I mean, they kind of dug themselves a little bit of a hole early on, and they came back from it. So I have high hopes. Elder could definitely play with St. X, so no doubts right now.
You see Will Abell at the line. He's been having a very great game. A lot of spikes there. He's been responsible for a lot of the Bombers' points. Set there by Taggart. And Perfect block there by Durbin. And Panzico sets that one up high, and Walkman can't get there in time. And the Bombers will get the first point of the second set.
Yeah, all good. No worries right now.
Yeah, the Panthers need to stay locked in here. I can definitely feel a little bit more energy coming from them. Evans.
Ooh,
that ball's right on the nets, and the Panther players were not ready for that.
I don't know if I entirely agree with that call. Kind of felt like he threw that a little bit, but I don't know.
Will LaBelle is still at the line. A very accurate player, as we've been seeing here. And that will be another Bomber point, another ace for Abel. He's been doing great. Definitely a great player for the Bombers. We've seen a lot out of him already. We're just one set into the game. And that ball will barely go out of bounds. Unlucky there for Abel. And now the Panthers will get a point on the board by a mistake from the Bombers. And looks like we will see.
Brady Clark serve.
Yep. Coach confirmed it. Brady Clark's at the line. Definitely a player you want at the line. Consistent, powerful, confident. Definitely probably the most confident player out on the court. We've seen a lot of talent from him this season, and we know what he can do for the Elder team.
Oh, a little bit of a trip up, but that's all right.
Banana
Good up
peel.
by Clark again.
Wasn't ready for that one. Looks like Durbin acted as a banana peel there for Evans. A little bit of Mario Kart. You don't want to see that, especially just a little bit out of spot. And maybe Evans wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a good play by Evans. Fortunately, Durbin kind of got in his way. Still pushed it out to the outside, though, and then Zanies was able to, put it over, but I guess it just didn't work out in the end.
Durbin with
that
another
big block.
Great job there by Durbin. A little bit of Evans. I think he got his hands a little bit on the ball.
Yeah, it was a good setup by Durbin and Evans. So stuff like that, that's what's going to push the Panthers ahead and then eventually end up winning this game.
I feel a little bit of momentum being formed from the Panthers, a little bit more energy coming out from the guys on the court, and that will not help at all by that misserve from Zanies. Now because you're just giving the Bombers the ball right back, and you're giving them a point on the board.
Yeah, here comes Zach Rayleigh in for Jason Zanies.
John Taggart back at the line, one of the main servers for tonight's game for the Bombers. A ball roll over the net. I don't think Taggart intended for that, but it did work in his favor because he got the Bombers another point. Taggart's serve does get over. Panzica gets under it. Evans bumps it over to Clark, and Clark's spike does get over, but Taggart gets under it. Green gets that. Set there by the Bombers. Taggart up at the nets, and we'll see Worth get that over. And Durbin's spike gets the Bombers out of control, and the Panthers finish with a point.
Yeah, seen a little bit of, I guess, life from the middle. A lot of points. I mean, just a big point right there. If Evans can keep setting the middle, keep moving the St. X's middle around, it'll open up the pins, and then it'll be a great success.
Luke Bazalian over at the line gets it to St. X's libero. And powerful spike there by Worth. But the ball just goes right into the net, and the Panthers get another point, only down by 2.
Yeah.
But as we saw last set, the Panthers were down at 2, and they never were able to come back from it. So right now is the best moment for the Panthers to try and come back in this game because it's only going to get worse from here on out if they can't score. And another spike there into the net. Like I said, a little bit more energy from the Panthers, and I think the Bombers, I don't think they're necessarily losing confidence, but I think they're making a little bit more mistakes there, and I think it's only going in the Panthers' favor.
Yeah. Elder's got to keep the pressure here.
And that, again, will not help at all. Another missed serve in this set. I think that's 2 now. Definitely doesn't help the Panthers because you're giving like I said, you're giving the Bombers another point, only increasing their lead, and now they get the serve, which can only lead to bad things unless they miss it. Naldler's serve does get over, rarely gets under it. Evans sets it backwards, and a bell gets under it. Taggart over to Naldler. Evans tries to set over to Walligman, and a little bit of that bump there by Evans went a little bit over Walligman's head. Not great placement there by both.
No, just a stop here will be good for Elder.
Bomber serve does get over. And
Way
Evans
to go
with
up with
the
it.
block, and he does finish the Panthers with another point.
Yeah, great job by Trevor Evans to just go up with it.
Panthers again down by 2. Now's the time to try and change this and take the lead.
Yeah, Trevor Evans again, similar to Brady Clark, just a big leader, big role on the starting team. So,
yeah, he's been a big reason to the Panthers' success this season, and he needs to be the reason as to why the Panthers can try and win this game against the Bombers. And Walgman's bump goes up high, but Evans is able to get under it, and Panzica will finish that. That ball is spiked from the Bombers, and they will finish with the point. That will be tipped from a Panther player.
Yeah, it rolled right off the finger. Similar to fingers, last week I wasn't able to announce the Moeller game because, last week right before I walked in, I smashed my finger in a car door. So, unfortunately, due to that, I was not able to announce last week. I don't think it would have been very good. Probably would have been focused more on my finger than I would have the actual game. Just sitting there, probably silently in pain.
Yeah,
but
I was a little sad there when I heard that you smashed your finger in a car door.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, definitely learned my lesson that day. Probably will never do that again, hopefully.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
I had to commentate about it myself that game, but I think I did fine. But, we're back. Your finger's good.
Yeah, we're back.
You're able to commentate. You've been playing very great volleyball games since your little finger injury. So.
Yeah. Thankfully, it wasn't broken. Went to the ER. They said, you're good. You're able to play. So that next Saturday, I played against McNick and Dublin Jerome.
Yep.
So.
Great games there too. So can't get too mad about that.
You announced this game, didn't you?
I announced one of them. And that will be a timeout called from the coaches. And right now the Panthers are down by 5 points, starting to slip away a little bit. Kind of the same situation that we saw last set. The Panthers and the Bombers have about the same amount of points as last set as well, kind of repeating what happened. The Panthers are down by 5. They were down by 2, and now they're kind of starting to slip away a little bit. They need to get the energy that they had near the beginning of the second set if they want to try and come back, because right now the Bombers are slipping away a little bit with the lead. Right now it's 5 points, and last set when they got that 5-point lead, it kind of just went worse from there on, and their lead only got bigger. So the Panthers need to turn something around right now, or the Bombers will sweep the Panthers.
Yeah, I've already referenced it once. They're down but not out. Down but not out. Even though, down 5, 11-6. Still plenty of this set left and plenty of this match left. So, I don't know. Don't count out Elder right now.
Evans sets it over to Walligman, and his spike goes into a net. Another point there for the Bombers, and now they have doubled the Panthers' points. Very unfortunate for the Panthers. If they want to try and come back in this game and keep it alive, now is the time. There's no time to dilly-dally. You need to be perfect from here on out. No more mistakes. Panzica bumps it. Evans sets it over to Walligman. Walligman's spike is kept up. Evans gets under it. Panzica sets it over to Clark. Clark's spike is denied, but Evans keeps it up. And Clark tries to spike it, and St. X is an absolute brick wall against the Panthers. The Panthers could not get the ball over at all there. Perfect front row performance there by the Bombers. If you're a coach, you got to be very pleased with how that turned out, because the Panthers could not get the ball over at all because that front row just kept on blocking it.
Yeah, Panthers cut a little bit of a break there. Now you got Tate Walgman back there to serve. Still down 6. But they got to get something going now, or else it might become a little too late.
Kate Wallingman still waiting at the line.
A lot of confusion this game. Had some struggles here down at the sideline.
Taggart sets it over to a Bell. Wallingman gets it up, and Evans gets it over to Lewis.
Oh.
They're going to say he went over the line there, and another Bomber point. And now the Panthers are down by 7, and the Bombers only need 11 points. And they'll conclude this game, and they'll sweep the Panthers, and that would be a very unfortunate loss for the Panthers.
Yeah. I wasn't really paying attention to the line, but I don't know if I agree with that call entirely. I didn't agree with it last time, but I don't know.
Evans gets it to Clark. And that'll knock the St. X Bombers out of control, and Clark will finish that with a point for the Panthers, and they're still down by 6. They're going to need some perfect plays coming up here, flawless plays to add. I don't know. It's going to be hard for the Panthers to try and come back because the Bombers are playing very consistent right now.
We know Elder can play with them. I mean, they've kept it within 6 for the past, I think about 5 rallies. So, I mean, they just need to keep it up. I mean, keep getting the ball back, and then hopefully one of these times they can go on a run, but they got to do it sooner rather than later.
Will LaBelle at the line once again for the Bombers. And Panzica cannot get under that one. And Abell will get the Bombers another ace. And Taggart will be subbed out for O'Neal. Panthers, again, they only have half the Bombers' score right now. They're playing pretty good. And Clark's spike barely goes out of bounds.
Very close.
That was very close, but that did go out of bounds. I could see it from up here. Very unfortunate. You could see what he was going for there. Can't do much about that.
Oh. All right, St. X's point. For a sec, I thought that went Elder's way.
And Abell back at the line. Panzica gets under it. And that ball will just get hit right back over by Nick Garay. Evans, he's definitely ready for it, but he had no help there at the front row. No one was there ready to help him if that ball dropped, which it did. We'll see Wallingman come out, but it'll be called a timeout there. Not looking too promising for the Panthers. They're down in the series by a set, and right now the Bombers only need 9 points to close out this game. The Panthers haven't had much momentum at all this entire game. The Bombers have kind of kept their lead this entire series. The Bombers they get their lead and then they kind of keep it. They're very consistent with keeping that lead. There hasn't been much swaying this game, and not even that Elder's playing a bad game, but I don't think they're playing with the intensity and the confidence that they normally have. Normally, the energy is crazy and their confidence is unstoppable, and I think that's a big reason why the Panthers have done so great this season. But I think that's a huge reason as why they're losing this game is because there's no confidence with the players. You can see it out on the court right now.
Yeah, you said I agree totally. I mean, they just need to bring a little more confidence within themselves and bring a little more energy. I mean, and just limitation of frustration. Once when you get frustrated about 1 point, it's easy for it to snowball, and then it can lead to, just catastrophic things.
Evans gets it over to Durbin. And great play there. Green able to keep that one alive. That ball will be spiked, and Wallingman keeps it up and gets it right back over there.
Panthers are fighting.
That ball spiked, and the Panthers do finish out with that point. They're definitely down, but they're not out of it.
Yeah.
Still down by
Read my mind.
9 points, yeah. They're still down by 9 points. Bombers still have twice as many points, but they just need to play the best that they've ever had this entire season to try and beat this Bomber team. Bombers get that one over. Evans bumps it over to Zaney. Zaney throws that one over. Green able to get under that one. Durbin gets that one over, and that one will drop on the ground.
Bring it within 8.
Yeah, the
Clark still
Panthers
serving.
scoring consecutive points there. They need to keep this up.
Yeah, that's a good man to have serving right now. Good aggressive float. He's been pretty consistent with it all game, so. Whoa. Coach Stapleton, again, not agreeing with that call. I didn't think there was a touch. But hey, worked out for Elder in the long run, so let's just hope they can keep limiting this lead, dwindling it down.
Panthers, yeah, they have gone on a little bit of a lead, little bit of a run here. They're only down by 7 now, but the Bombers only need 7 points to win, so they still need to play fantastic. And the Panthers do get another point. Players are trying to look a little bit alive here.
A little bit of energy from Durbin and Evans. Let's hope that can pay off.
Yeah, they need to keep that energy and put it out in their playing. They're only down by 6 now. They're trying to come back a little bit. I can see the energy start to form a little bit. A little bit of life is put back into them just from those few good plays.
St. X making a couple subs right now.
Looks like they're it looks like they're putting their main guys back in. I think they're just trying to close out the Panthers here. Don't give them any chances. So now the Panthers really need to step up now. There's a little bit of easy points there. Now this is the real test.
Good up.
Evans ready to block that.
Hey.
And that's another point for the Panthers. The bench is up and the players are alive. Panthers are right back in this, and
yeah, no, down 5. I mean, they were down 8. Good. Yeah, down 8.
Yeah. Not to be, like a Debbie Downer, still down by 5, so they still need to stay locked in here.
Yeah.
They can't let anything go.
They've been on a good run, but they have no excuse to be giving up right now. They still got a long way to go.
And that one's going to be another Elder point. A little bit of a comeback here by the Panthers. Again, they need some perfect points here. They need to play the best that they ever have this entire season. Yeah. They've been preparing for months for this type of scenario. And
yeah, even when they do, if they do happen to tie it up, they still can't even give up then. St. X, they're really good. They've gone on huge runs before, so even if Elder brings it back, they can never give up in this game.
We'll see Dawson Green at the line. He's been having a great game. We've seen some very great plays by Green. That one barely goes over, but Zanies keeps it up. Evans gets over to Clark, and he'll spike it, but Bombers keep it up. And Evans will block it, and Taggart's able to get under that one. Zanies gets under it, and Evans will throw it over, and that'll be another
right in the middle.
Point.
All kind of staring at each other, waiting for someone to pick up that ball.
A little bit of miscommunication
Let's see who we got
there.
Serving here. Jason Zanies. Oh, here comes Zach Rayleigh for a sub.
And we'll see Zach Rayleigh at the line. And right now, lots of pressure for him, but that is the last thing that the Panthers want right now because they've kind of been shutting out the Bombers right now. And right now, giving them a point is only going to lead to back. And that one will be out. Very, very unfortunate if you are a Panther fan because now the Bombers have the serve. And, right now, this entire season, the Panthers have been doing pretty good with not letting the other team get aces, but I think the Bombers is kind of their kryptonite in that aspect of a volleyball game. The Bombers do seem to get a lot of aces. And that will be tipped, and it will be Panthers' point. Panthers are still staying in this. They're only down by 4 points, and this is really anyone's game right now. You could get 4 points very quickly. But the Bombers only need 5 points, and they'll close out this game.
Yeah, momentum seems to be shifting towards Elder right now. So if they can continue to ride with that, I could see them coming back and winning the set, sending it into a third. And if that does happen if this does go the Panthers' way, I could see it very hard for St. X to stop Elder.
That one barely goes over by Clark. Lewis sets it up high, and Evans will just throw that one over. Green gets it up to Nalder, and that will be a Bomber point. Panthers tip that one out. And right now, the Bombers have the serve, and Panthers are kind of lucky there that on that other play, the Bombers tipped it out because once the Bombers get the ball and they get that serve and they get a point, they kind of like to build a little bit of momentum going there. But the Panthers got the serve, and now the Bombers have the serve once again, and now they only need 4 more points, and they'll win this game. So Panthers need to lock in and not let anything hit the ground right now.
Good swing by
Perfect spike
Tate.
there by Tate Walligan.
Good swing.
He places that perfectly with the right amount of power, and he gets that right in between that 5th and 6th zone. And he'll get the Panthers right back on the board, and so they're still down by 4. And now we'll see Trevor Evans at the line, probably the perfect person at the line right now because he's very, very accurate, and he has a lot of different serving types.
Ooh.
And very, very rare to see that from Evans. That was a little bit out of control.
Yeah.
That went right over to St. X's bench. That wasn't really close at all there. Very unfortunate for the Panthers because now the Bombers have the points and the ball.
Yeah, a little bit of a score correction. It was just 18-21. Now is 17. Now 23, but it was 22.
And now it is 23-17. Bombers with the lead by 6. They only need 2 more points. I don't know if the Panthers will be able to come back in this one. Waldman sets it. Evans will get it over to Lewis. And that will be a double hit there called on the Panthers. And now the Bombers, it is a game point. Bombers only need 1 more good play, and then they'll close out this series with a win.
Good up by Clark.
Clark keeps it alive.
There we go.
And the Panthers get a point there.
It's going to take everything Elder's got to get back in this game.
Now Waldman at the line. He did miss a serve earlier this game, so hopefully that doesn't carry on to this moment, because this is a huge moment for him, because right now he's going to have to go on a very, very great serving roll. The Bombers get up, and Evans will bump it. Pantica gets it over to Zanies, and they'll keep it up.
Oh, go.
And Zanies gets it over. Barely keeping this one alive. And Zanies tries getting that, and that will be called in, and that will beat your game. The Panthers lose that second set 25-18, and the Bombers sweep the Panthers 2-0. Great performance there by the Bombers. They kept their game the entire time, kept the lead the entire time. The Panthers seemed to not have a lead at all the entire game, really. Only a few moments there, and I think it was really just, I think the Bombers beat them because they had a lot more confidence in the Panthers. I think the Panthers were kind of, you could kind of see them being a little nervous the entire game, and I think the Bombers were composed, and they knew that they could beat the Panthers, which we did see there. So very unfortunate there, since the Panthers have not beat the Bombers yet, and it's not going to be good for them continuing on for the rest of the season, just because, you know, like I said, they've been playing pretty well, and then now that they lost to the Bombers, it's definitely going to bum them. But they need to keep their head up and keep on playing strong, because it's only one team and it's only one game. Every game is a new game. You got to keep on playing, because they are definitely capable of playing very well for the rest of the season, and they could definitely beat the Bombers team. I just think it wasn't their day today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but hopefully this is a learning curve for Elder. So, you know, it's all you can ask. It's just to learn from this experience. I mean, they got a couple more games left. I know they got LaSalle. No, they don't even. Sorry, they do not have LaSalle next week, but they do have a couple more opportunities to make up from this loss. It's just unfortunate because Elder just didn't have as much of momentum or you know, energy as you would think they would.
Yeah, not a great game there for the Panthers, but that is all we have for this JVB matchup. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Kyle Matus alongside John Hall. I will be back for this next game, for this JVA game. Should be another very exciting game. Both teams are very good, so we'll have to see how that game turns out. But again, thank you all so much for watching live here on EH Sports. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to this JVA matchup we have going on tonight in this gym. It's the Elder Panthers versus the St. Xavier Bombers. Both teams have been having a very, very great season. They're both 3-1 in the GCL, and something to note is that this team, Elder did beat St. X, and that is Elder's loss. I mean, St. X's loss, but Elder lost to Moeller. But when Elder and St. X played each other, every single set was close. Elder won 2-1, but every single set was about a 5-point difference. So that is something to note. So this should be a very good game, but both teams having a very fantastic season. So it's going to be very interesting as to see who's going to win this game. I'm Kyle Mason alongside Xavier Blay and Max Panzica. It should be a very great game. I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Yes, and along with that, Kyle, if you did not know, Elder actually lost the first set of their game, and they actually came back 2-1. You know, if they could keep fighting through adversity like they did last time they played, I think they could pull out a win here.
Yeah, the Panthers are very good at that. They're very good at bouncing back and creating momentum off being down points. And like you said, they were down 0-1 in the series, and they're able to come back and win 2 consecutive sets in a row, which is very hard to do, especially against a team like St. X. And now we'll have Sam Bender at the line for the Bombers to serve. We'll see Rudemiller get that. Fitz gets it over to Rudemiller, and he'll finish with the first point of this game. Ben Rudemiller gets the first point for the Panthers, and we'll get him on the board first. And now we'll see Cam Kelly at the line to serve for the Panthers. Bombers able to get under that. Hard spike there, but Fitz gets under it. Kelly sets it over to Lammers, and that's going to be perfectly blocked, but Kelly keeps it up. Bombers spike it right back. And that will be the Bombers' point. And now the score is 1-1. Good serve there by the Bombers. Kelly sets it over to Lammers, and his spike goes into the net. And the Bombers will get another point on the board. Right now we have Jack Degger at the line. And now the Panthers will tie the Bombers 2-2. And now we'll see Ben Rudemiller at the line to serve. And he will miss that serve, which you do not want to see if you are a Panther fan, especially when the Panthers, they finally get an opportunity to try and take the lead and build something off of it. But now the Bombers have the lead by 1 point, and now they have the ball to serve. See there, Kelly will set over to Ott. He's able to get it over, but the Bombers keep it up. Bombers will spike it, but Rudemiller gets under it. Kelly sets it over to Fitz. Fitz's spike is going to go way out of bounds. Bombers put another point on the board. And never mind, they will call
they'll call a tip ball on that one there. It's going to go flying out of bounds.
I didn't even see that there right away. It looked like that was a little bit of a late call there by the refs. Good look there by the officials. And now the Panthers do get a point there. Now the game's tied.
Braden Ott at the line to serve.
That ball is spiked, but Ott's able to get under that one. Kelly gets over to Fitz. And Fitz will knock the Bombers out of control, but they're able to keep it in play. And Ott gets under that. And Lammers sets it over to Kelly, and Kelly will set over to Fitz. He'll tip that one over, but the Bombers keep it up. And that one will go into the net. Oshie Jones spiked that one into the net after that very long volley. And the Panthers also keeps that one in play and gets them the point. Now they do have the lead. And we'll see Braden Ott at the line for the Panthers. And that'll be a violation called.
Yeah, he carried that one too far into his chest. They called that for a lift there.
Braden Ott back at the line to serve. And that one's going to go way out of bounds.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate miss for the Panthers there. They've been serving consistently all season, and that is not what you want to see in this big GCL matchup.
Max Fair came in for Braden Ott. Now we have the 2 freshmen out on the court for this JVA GCL game. That one will be called out of bounds, just barely. Saw the idea there, but wasn't executed right. And now the Panthers get another point on the board, and they do have a 2-point lead. And we'll see Noah Paff up to serve. His serve floats over. Bombers will bump it over all 3 times. Fair bumps it over to Fitz. And Fitz's spike will get into that 1 zone. And it'll finish the Panthers out with another point, extending their lead to 3. Noah Paff back up to serve. It's a floater. And that one will go out of bounds. Another missed serve from the Panthers. That's something they need to fix there. These missed serves cannot be happening, especially this early out on the game, because like I was saying, you want to build momentum out of these chances with these serves. Fair sets it over to Kelly at the front, and Kelly's set will give the Panthers a point. The Bombers could not recover from that set.
Yes, Kyle. I mean, you can attribute much of the Panthers' success tonight to covering. You know, they've really been able to get under the ball and be there for when tip balls or block balls come down. You know, the Bombers really haven't been able to do that so far. The outside hitter's going to get that one, and it's going to go into the net. The Panthers are starting to extend their lead a little bit, now to 4 points. We'll see Luke Fitz, the freshman, up at the line for Elder. This serve gets over with power. Bombers outside hitter gets that one, and the Panthers get another point once again. They have now doubled the Bombers' points, and they are winning by 5. We'll see a replay there, up close up at the net. We'll see that great block there by the Panthers. And that'll be another missed serve once again from Elder. I think this game would not be as close if the Panthers weren't missing these serves. I think the Panthers would have a way bigger lead if these serves were accurate, but they aren't at all. They keep on missing them over and over, and I think that's a big reason why the Bombers are able to stay in this game. They're going to say that ball dropped. Yeah, a little bit of confusion there.
Good serve there by the Bombers. That's going to be another point there for St. X, and now they're starting to creep their way back to tying the Panthers. Sketske Pansky with another great serve. Powerful spike there from the Bombers, and they'll finish out with another point off of a spike.
Yeah, so far this game, the Bombers really have been setting, to the outside on these in-system balls, but when they do put it to the right side, it has been going down, so we'll see if they, move towards the right side the rest of the set.
Rudemil with the powerful spike, and he will finish out with an Elder point. Bombers block will go out of bounds. The Bombers down 9-11. They really need to figure something out because they've been down pretty much this entire game. Now see there, that'll be an Elder mistake, and now they're only down by 1. 10-11 now. I think the Bombers are starting to figure something out. I think definitely since they're not in their normal environment, because now they're over at the Panthers court, it might not be the same, especially since there's a lot of Panther fans here. Definitely not as much Bombers, but I think the Bombers are starting to figure out what to do. Their chemistry's starting to flow, and their confidence is definitely going up. And now this game will be tied with another good play by the Bombers. They're able to find their way to try and make this game tied, in which they will come complete. The score is now 11-11. Ben Rudemil with a powerful spike, but it's going to go into the net. Bombers with another point. They have now taken the lead over the Panthers. They've gotten lots of momentum going. Noah Paff gets onto that. Kelly sets it over to Ott, but that will be tipped by the Bombers, and they put another point on the board. They've been having a fantastic run these last few points. They've almost been shutting out the Panthers. The Panthers struggling to get anything on the board. Right now, the Bombers have been consecutively scoring lots of points. They were down by a decent amount, but they were able to outplay the Panthers.
Yes, Kyle. I mean, if you want to see, the Panthers really get back into their game, you have to see a little bit more work from the front row.
Yeah, I think the front row is definitely being dominated over the Bombers right now. I think every single ball that the Panthers try to go over, it's either A, going into the net, or B, being blocked by a Bomber middle. So I think that's something that needs to improve on the Panthers side if they want to try and come back against the Bombers, because right now they're down by 2, and it doesn't seem like anything's going to change. As we see there, good replay there. Ben Rudemiller with the spike, and the Bombers able to keep that one up. And now Sam Bender at the line for the Bombers coming off that timeout. And Elder hoping to ice him, but they will not. If anything, Panthers ice them themselves there because the Bombers will come out with an ace.
Yeah, a little bit of lack of communication there from Noah Paff and Luke Fitz. If they can really, get the talking down and get beneath the ball, these passes will be much better.
I think another thing that the Bombers kind of create Elder's kryptonite is that I think the Panthers do a very good job getting the ball up after a serve. Up against pretty much every single team, there's not normally ever very many aces called on against the Panthers because they're able to get that ball up. But I think the Bombers kind of break that when they play the Panthers because they're able to. I think the Bombers' serves are very accurate, very powerful, and I think Elder sometimes struggles to try and get that ball up. Fitz is able to bump that one up over to Kelly, and Kelly will set over to Lammers, and his spike goes into the net. Another point for the Bombers. We'll see Xavier Frank at the line. Max Fair gets it up, and Kelly will set over to Lammers. Bombers keep it under control. Their outside hitter gets that one, and that will be called in. And all the Elder players seem a little bit confused on that call, but the game will continue, and that will be the Bombers' point. Oh, it got tipped there. I think that's what the call was there. Ball got tipped.
A little bit of a rough serve there. For the Panthers, that would be a lap around the court.
Yeah, the Panthers are definitely there on discipline. I'm sure the Bombers are definitely in that kind of situation too, but as we know, since we go to Elder and you, Max, are on the volleyball team, you know the kind of consequences when you make those mistakes.
Yeah, and that's why the Panthers are so great at serving this season, Real discipline for when you make a mistake, it makes the team better as a whole.
We'll see Ben Rudemiller at the line, up to serve like we were just talking about. Let's see if he's able to get that one over. We'll float that one over, catching the Bombers off guard. But Rudemiller's not able to finish that one out, and the Bombers get another point on the board once again. Still keeping a little lead since they've gotten the lead. The Panthers had it for, let's say, the first third of the set, but then once the Bombers got it, they kind of been able to keep it with about 2 to 3 points. Kelly gets over to and throws that one down. And it'll get Elder on the board once again. These points have kind of been back and forth, but the Bombers, like I said, have been able to keep a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, you see Steven Wanstrat coming into the front row here. He's been a great middle all season. He should be able to help the Panthers with their, blocking game.
And that will be called out by the Bombers. And now the Panthers get another point. And now they're only down by 1, 16-17. Panthers need to figure something out right here, have a really good play to tie it, and try to take the lead over the Bombers. Powerful spike there from the outside hitter, and he will finish it for his team. Now, at the line for the Bombers, he'll finish it. Elder blocks it. Kelly will set up right up at the net, and Wanstrat will just tip it over. A little bit of an underhand there from the Bombers, but they're able to keep it on their side. And Rudemiller is able to keep it up, and Fair spikes that one over. Bombers getting a little wonky here, but they're able to keep it in play and get it to Elder's side. Kelly sets over to Wanstrat, and Elder will finish that volley with a point. A great hustle there by the Panthers, able to keep themselves in that one. And now Noah Paff up at the line for the Panthers to serve. Bombers hitter gets that, and Fair will go diving for that one. Kelly sets over to Fitz. His spike is hard, but the Bombers keep it up. And lack of communication there from the Bombers, and that will result in an Elder point. Let's watch that replay there. A great spike. And a little bit, like I said, a little bit of lack of communication. Bombers definitely could have got that one. Lots of time to get it, but a little bit of not much talking there, and I think that's a big thing about volleyball. And I think it's also a lot about aggression, too. I think if you have no aggression, that's kind of what results.
That ball, I guess, tipped. I mean, the Panthers thought that was off the tape there. It goes out of bounds. It's going to be Bombers' ball. And point.
And now we'll see Cam Combe up for the Bombers. Ben Rudemiller gets it to Kelly at the line, and Wanstrat tries spiking that, and he'll finish it for the Panthers. And now this game is still tied, and now it's been back and forth. Panthers had the lead in the beginning of that set, and then continuing on into the set, the Bombers took it. Were able to keep it for a little bit, but the Panthers stayed in the game, and now it's tied. It's kind of been back and forth for these last few points. Now the Bombers get it over, but it will be hit too hard and will go out of bounds. And now the Panthers will take the lead 20-19. And there will be a timeout called from the Bombers. And I think the Panthers need to keep on playing how they are right now. This is exactly how they need to be playing, because I think this entire set they've been doing pretty good. I think the Bombers started to outplay them a little bit in the middle of that set, but the Panthers were able to keep their game and continue playing hard, and that's the reason why they're able to stay in this. Their confidence is high, and that's a big part of volleyball is confidence. I think the Panther players are able to keep their head in the game, and they don't let the mistakes get to them, and they're able to keep on playing hard, and they've been kind of outplaying the Bombers these last few plays.
Yeah, I think this timeout call here was a little bit of icing the server and, slowing down the game. You want to be slow and controlled in these last few points because they really do matter.
Yeah, that would be a smart play there by the coach. I've seen it work many times. It's definitely a real thing that happens. Kind of keeping that ball getting over the net on that server's mind. Definitely gets to him, but we'll have to see how it turns out for Luke Fitz. He's a very consistent player, and there's a big reason as to why he starts for this JVA team as a freshman and pretty much stays in the entire game. The team relies on him for a lot of their points and a lot of close games. That will almost be an ace, but the Bombers keep it up in play. And Fair gets under that one. Kelly sets it over to Rudemiller. His spike will set the Bombers off balance, and he'll finish that with another Panther point, and extending the Panthers' lead to 2 points, and now they only need 4 to win this one. We'll see Fitz at the line to serve, and it will go. Rudemiller sets it up high, gives it to Kelly over to Wanstrat. The outside hitter for the Bombers gets that, and Fitz will get under it. Kelly sets it over to Rudemiller. Rudemiller's spike is hit hard, but it'll be barely on the line. And the Panthers do finish out at the point. And another timeout for the Bombers. They're trying to worry a little bit there. As we saw, it's only been, 3 points or so, and that's been 2 timeout calls, both from the Bombers. Again, probably trying to ice Fitz, but he's very locked in. He's been in many situations. He's been playing volleyball for a very long time, so he knows what he's doing. He's been in situations like this, so this shouldn't worry him. But right now, the Panthers have a 3-point lead. They've been playing great these last few plays, and they've been outplaying the Bombers with their confidence and with intensity. I think the Panthers will definitely win this set. They keep on playing how they are, but they can't get cocky because the Bombers could come back at any time, because we know how St. X is. They're very good, they're very competitive, and they're able to strike back at any moment. Luke Fitz still at the line. His serve is going to be kept up just barely from the Bombers, but it will go into the net. And Luke Fitz with a very powerful serve.
Yeah, that is a great spot from Fitz in the deep one zone. I mean, that is just absolutely amazing.
That's exactly what you want to see as a Panther fan, because Fitz is only extending the Panthers' lead without having, and the rest of the team doesn't have to do any work. Paff gets under that. Kelly sets it over to Rudemiller, and his spike is going to be denied by Sam Bender up at the front. That was a great play there by Bender. Absolute brick wall to Rudemiller's spike, and that went straight down to Elder. Elder's ground, but that serve will go out of bounds. Very unfortunate there for Sketske Pansky. You don't want to see that if you're a Bomber fan, especially since you finally got the serve back when your team is down by a couple of points. And now you're only giving the Panthers the ball once again. But now they will get their serve back with that tip from Noah Paff. And great spike there by the Bombers.
Yeah, it is definitely not over for the Bombers. They're going to have to put in at least 3 consecutive serves to be back into this game.
Definitely not over for the Bombers. We know how they're able to play, and they're only down by 3 points. Definitely still a close game. And Bombers able to keep that one alive with a dive. And Pavel dived for that one as well. And Fair is able to get that one over. Bombers under lots of control. And Fair dives for that one. Kelly will set it over to Rudemiller. His spike is going to drop. And the Panthers finish out that first set with a victory. They will win that set. Very close set, 25-21. That was a very reoccurring thing when they last played each other. Every single set was won by the Panthers by a couple of points. And when the Bombers won that, they only won by a couple of points. And we saw that once again. These teams are very, very similar in skill. Their abilities are very similar. These teams are very alike. So it should be very exciting for to see how the rest of this game, how the result of the rest of this game, because that first set was very close. It was back and forth that entire game, but we saw at the end of that first set, the Panthers were able to close it out and extend their lead enough so it was comfortable and they're able to close it out. But that's all we have for the first set, but do not go anywhere, because we'll be right back in a couple of minutes to watch the second set for this GCL matchup live on EH Sports. Welcome back in, Panther fans, to this very great GCL matchup we have going on tonight. We saw there on that first set, Panthers barely closed out. They were down against the Bombers, but they're able to come back and take the lead and finish out that set with a win, and now they win 1-0. Bombers are still playing great, just a little bit of mistakes there, and the Panthers are outplaying them a little bit, but this game could definitely change at any moment in the second set.
Yes, if you're a Bombers fan, you really want to see a regrouping from this JVA team tonight.
And the Bombers do get the first point of this set. And now Bender at the line to serve. And Lammers will try to tip that one over. And Ruemiller gets it over.
It's going to be in the net on Lammers. He's a little bit confused on that call.
A little bit confused there. I could definitely see as to why they called that there. He did get very high, and definitely could have been in that net, but the refs do have a better angle than us, so, and we are not the officials, so we will go off what the refs say. As we see there, Ben Rudemiller's spike goes too far out. Good idea, but he could not finish it. And Bender's serve does go into the net, and the Panthers will get the ball back and get their first point of the set. Rudemiller, his serve does get over. Fair sets it up over to Fitz. And Fitz will block that as well as Ott. They both get a little bit of on that one. And Ott will throw that one over, but the Bombers keep it up. Ott touches that one to block it. Bombers still staying in control. And Fair will dive for that one. Kelly sets it over to Rudemiller. A very long ball we have going on here. Both teams staying in control, but as we see there, the Bombers will finish out that volley. Ben Rudemiller cannot get to the ball. Perfect placement there by the Bombers.
Yeah, so you can see the Bombers have really came out with this fire. They really want to put the Panthers down this set and come back to win.
Again, as we saw there, back-to-back perfect placement spikes by both teams, as we saw there was from Mason Lammers. And now Braden Ott at the line to serve. That spike for the Bombers goes out of bounds. Bombers coach a little upset about that. Very upset about that one. But refs don't change their mind, and the Panthers get the point. They're still down, though. A little bit of a slow start to this set. Right now, the Panthers have just now tied it 4-4. But both teams kind of playing at the same level. And we'll have to see as we keep on watching this set how it turns out. That ball's hit very hard. And the fans get a little bit of a souvenir there. Braden Ott hits it deep into the crowd. That was a very hard spike there. Very hard ball to try and get under. Redder, his serve gets over. Kelly gets it over to Wanstrat. Fitz trying to keep it alive, and that'll be the Bombers' point. Now taking the lead to 2 points. Panthers need to turn something around right now before the Bombers get too deep into their lead. Kelly gets it over to Fitz. Fitz will spike it over to the back row for the Bombers. Lammers sets it up, or bumps it over to Kelly, and Kelly will give it to Fitz. But the ball will be rejected by the Bombers' front row. They've been performing amazing this game. Fair will run for that one. Bombers gets it back over to Elder's side. Kelly will set it over to Lammers. Perfect placement there by Lammers. He gets it into that deep sixth zone, and the Bombers cannot get there in time. As we saw there, that Bombers player even trying to run for it, he couldn't get to it. And now Noah Paff is at the line. Bombers ball is blocked. And that one will be the Bombers point. It'll be tipped off of the Panthers. And the Bombers are still keeping about a 2-point lead. We'll just have to see if they're able to take it to an even bigger lead. But as we saw in the last set, the Panthers were able to come back even though they were down by a handful of points. Fitz will spike it again. That ball get hit right back over. A little bit of a lack of communication there from the Panthers. Fair and Rudemiller went for it, and that resulted in a Bombers point. Bombers at the line to serve. Great serve there, gets it right to Max Fair. Kelly sets over to Fitz. Now get to the back row for the Bombers. Bombers spike gets into that deep one zone, and they get another point on the board.
Yeah, there's been a bit of commotion from the student section here. They're really trying to get the Panthers, to rally back and come back into this game. A four-point deficit is not too much for the Panthers, but it's starting to get away from them.
Yeah, not something that the Panthers want to see, but as you see there, that is something that they definitely want to see, because now the Panthers get a point and the serve. And we'll see Luke Fitz at the line to serve. He kind of closed it out there for the Panthers at the end of that first set. Definitely someone you can rely on. Let's see if he's able to pull through, and he will. Bombers front row gets that one. Kelly sets it over to Fitz. Bombers keep it up. That'll be blocked, but Fitz gets it. Kelly sets it over to Rudemiller, and Kelly keeps it up. No, Paff gets it up over to Rudemiller. Very unfortunate there by Rudemiller. His ball cannot get over the net, and it hits the antenna a little bit there. And the Bombers do get a point, and now the score is 6-10. Bombers are up by 4. A comb serve does get over. And Wanstrat, powerful spike there, but the Bombers keep it in play. And a great block there by Wanstrat. And Paff dives for that one. And Rudemiller throws it over. We'll see Frank get that one over. Kelly sets over to Wanstrat. And then a little bit of an indecisive there. It looks like the line judge on the Bomber side said it was in, and the line judge on the Panther side said it was out, but it looked like the line judge on the Bomber side kind of listened to go on the Panther side, and it was called out. And now that will be a timeout called. Right now the Panthers are down by 5 points, and they kind of need to figure something out. Xavier, what do you think the Panthers need to change if they want to try and come back against the Bombers like they did last set?
Yeah, last set, the Panthers, they were down by 5 at one point. They came back, they won it. I don't know what exactly what the coach talked about to the Panthers, but something changed. We was leading the first set, and then, X started, they started leading, and then we came back. So X kind of, saw what we were doing, and then we changed, we adapted, and we ended up winning. So I feel like we need to adapt to what X is doing and try to get this set and take the lead.
Yeah, I think adaptation is a great way to put it. I think the Panthers were able to adapt to that Bombers playing style in the middle of that first set, and that's a big reason as to why the Panthers were able to come back and win that first set. But as we see here, the Bombers are kind of getting used to how the Panthers play, and they're able to anticipate the Panthers' next move. And we'll see that timeout called by the Panthers did ice the Bombers, and now the Panthers get a point and the serve. Rudemiller will block that for an easy point for Elder.
Yeah, when the Panthers called that timeout, they were looking for a little bit of a reset, work their way back into this game. And they have proved that, it is working so far. They've scored 2 straight points.
That'll be a point for the Bombers. Now the lead is 4 points. Sketsy Pansky's serve gets over to Fitz. Kelly sets over to Ott, and that is blocked by Frank. Great block there by Frank. Great execution by him. The ball is placed perfectly on Elder's side. We'll see Fitz bump that one. Kelly sets over to Rudemiller. Rudemiller went for a hard spike there.
Yeah, going to be tipped off the Bombers and out of bounds. You know, really using their front row as a tool. Especially since they have been so dominant all game.
We'll see Cam Kelly at the line. Powerful spike there by Kelly, but the Bombers keeping it up. We'll see Fair set over to Kelly. Kelly sets it over to Lammers. And that was a great block there by Bunker, but his block, or the ball, went zooming out after his block. And the Panthers finished out at that point by Lammers. Great play there by him.
Again, Cameron Kelly to serve.
His serve goes into the net. Rare occurrence there from Kelly because he's a very consistent server, and that's the reason why he starts. He's the first server for the Panthers in the beginning of any game, any set. So it's unfortunate there to see that he missed that, especially that the Panthers are down and really increasing the Bombers' lead. But he needs to bounce back, which we know he will. He's a very great player, very confident player. Bombers keep it up and play. And Max Fair tries diving for that one, but it's going to go right on the line. And the Bombers are starting to dominate over the Panthers right now. Let's see if Sam Bender's serve gets over the net, which it will, but Rudemiller keeps it up. Kelly plays it off the net and not gets it over. And that spike there by Bunker goes out of bounds.
Yeah, we saw this, 4-point, 5-point lead all of the last set, and the Panthers were really able to hold it, stay ahead, and keep the Bombers out of this game. The rules aren't flipped right now, but hopefully the Panthers are able to.
Yeah, the Panthers they can't lose the confidence that they've had this entire game. They need to keep the energy that they've had this entire season into the set right now, because they're in the same situation as they were last set, probably the same points too. Right now, they're down by 3 points, now 4 points. And last set, as we saw, they're able to get everything locked in. They're able to come back over the Bombers, and they kept that lead for the rest of the set and won it. So if they're able to do the same thing in this set, then that'll be great if you are a fan of the Panthers. But right now, the Bombers, as we said, as Xavier said, they were able to adapt to the Panthers' playing style, and I think that's a big reason why they're doing so good in the second set. They've been able to keep a lead this entire set as well. Xavier Frank, his serve goes into the net. Braden Ott's serve gets over. Hit hard, but Braden Ott keeps it alive. And the Panthers come out with the point from that play. And now they're only down by 3 points. Braden Ott back at the line. His serve gets over once again. Bombers keep it up. And that one will go into the net. And the Panthers get another point. They're trying to creep their way back into tying this game. As we kind of saw around this time in the last set, the Panthers were able to come back, but right now they're still down by 2, so they need to stay focused. Rudemiller gets under that one, and Wanstrout will hit that one over. Bombers keep it up, and Braden Ott cannot get under that one. Cam Reeder. His serve does get over and gets hit over to Rudemiller. Kelly will backward serve it over to Lammers, but that will go out of bounds. And the Bombers able to keep their lead here. Right now with a lead of 2 points.
No, Paff serving and playing back row for Mason Lammers here.
Paff gets his serve over. Gets to the outside hitter. Great execution there by the Bombers. Very powerful hit.
Yeah, the Panthers really need to work on, pointing their blocks towards the inside. Those line shots are very hard to get to for the Panthers. If the Panthers can really, get their blocks towards the middle and into the libero, they'll have much greater chances at getting these balls up.
That's a very great point there by you, Max. I think blocks are very easy to let go out of control, and it's very likely that the ball will go out of bounds after you block it. So you kind of have to have a little bit of control on your block and have an idea of where you want that ball to end up when you're going to block it. But they will call a timeout, and right now the Panthers are down by 4 points, and as of now, I think the Panthers would have had the lead in the first set. So it's a little bit different right now. The Bombers are kind of outplaying the Panthers, and the Panthers have been down by about this amount of points this entire game. So if you want to try and sweep the Bombers and change something up, it's now. Panthers are already out on the court. They're down, but it looks like coach doesn't have much to say to them. Except right now, it looks like they're talking to Cam Kelly, the setter. Setters do play a big role in the volleyball game. So, it's definitely understandable that the coach has to talk to him a lot longer. But the Bombers just now come out of their huddle. Bombers at the line. Let's see if the timeout will ice him. Nothing changes for him. He's able to get it over. Kelly sets over to Fitzy on the other side of the court. And that's another missed spike. And it looks like it was going to be tipped.
Yeah, Panthers were looking for a tip there, and I think they're going to get it.
And looks like the refs are deciding it right now. And it's going to be Elder points. Definitely accidental there, but the Bombers player did hit off the Panthers' leg. But that was definitely not. He definitely didn't mean to do that. And that one is going to be kept up by Wanstra. He's able to get it over. Great play there by Max Farrer as well, keeping the ball in play. The Bombers dive for that one. And Noah Paff doesn't touch that one. And he's a very good play there by Paff. He read that ball and saw he was able to stop himself just in time. And the Panthers are, again, trying to creep their way back to tying this. Powerful spike there. And the Panthers cannot get that one. And the Bombers do get a point on the board. And their lead is still 3 points, even though the Panthers are to score a little bit of points there. The Bombers have kind of been able to keep a 2, 3, 4 point lead this entire set, and the Panthers haven't been able to overcome it.
Yeah, a great touch from Noah Paff there, keeping the Panthers in system and back in this game.
Now we'll see Braden Ott come in for Wanstrat, and we'll see Max Fair at the line. Lots of pressure here, but he needs to be able to get it over, which it will not face him. And that throw over by Rudemiller will be touched by the Bombers player, but will go out of bounds. Like you said earlier, something that the Panthers struggle on, but also something the Bombers struggle on too. We saw that block there by the Bombers, but it does go out of bounds. And again, that's, like you said, you kind of need to keep it under control when you're gonna try and go for a block. And that ball stopped on the top of the net there. And that spike. Yeah, it's gonna be the Panthers' point. It's gonna be tipped by the Bombers. Looks like the Bombers coach is very upset about that call.
Yeah, and the Panthers have clawed their way back into this game, really fighting to take this win and to close out this set.
A lot of these points that the Panthers have gotten, it's been tipped by the Bombers, which, I mean, we don't know from up here if they're actually being tipped, but the refs are saying, the refs have that high view, they both have two sides of the court, and they both are saying that they're tipping the ball, so they must be tipping the ball, and the Panthers have been able to come back and tie this game. This is very intense right now. The Panthers have the chance to try and sweep the Bombers, and that would be very exciting if you are a Panther fan, but the Bombers are definitely going to be angry after those calls there. And, you know, it might have been tipped, it might have not been, but like we said, lots of refs calling this game, and they all said that that ball was tipped, so the Panthers were able to get that point.
Yeah, so this timeout here from the Bombers is going to be used to try and, slow down the Panthers' roll. Settle this game in and, ice out Max Fair.
Yeah, Max Fair needs to stay focused. As we see there, he's already on the line. He's not moving around. He's staying composed, which is exactly what he needs to do. And again, he is a freshman, and he's definitely playing some, or it looks like here, all the St. X players are sophomores, so he's playing against all these sophomores.
Yeah, Max is going to step over to the left here. I think he's looking to put this ball into zone 1. Yes, no, he actually
looks like it was maybe that 5th zone. Yeah. Fair gets that one up. Kelly sets over to Rudemiller. His spike is going to be saved by Kelly. Another spike there by Rudemiller. Max Fair keeps it in play. Kelly will send it over to Rudemiller. And that one will be another Panthers point.
These tips are really rolling in for the Panthers. Xavier is very frustrated with these calls, but they have to stay calm, stay in this game.
St. X is going to keep that. They're going to hit it out of bounds, and the Panthers get another point on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication from Xavier. And they're going to call a timeout, regroup, restart, get themselves ready and loaded for the rest of the set.
The Panthers have been having a perfect performance these last few points. It was getting a little bit, close there because that set was starting to close out. The Bombers only needed 4 points, and then they won it. And as we saw in that first set, the Panthers were able to come back. They're still in the teens. Both teams were still in the teens, but the Panthers were able to come back then. But the Bombers started to slip away a little bit, and it looks like they're going to win the set. But the Panthers were able to get everything together, and now they have taken the lead very late into the set, a lot later than that first set, but they've been able to take the lead, and now they're winning by 2, and they only need 2 points to win this game and sweep the St. Xavier Bombers.
Yes, not only the teams that were talking during this timeout, the refs were also talking. A lot of controversial calls recently late into the set.
Max Fair does not get iced by the timeout whatsoever. And that'll be a great play by Kelly, but it looks like it did not hit the ground. Rudemiller spikes it, and that one will hit the ground. Ben Rudemiller spikes that one hard right into the middle of the court where no Bomber player was, and now it is the game set point right now. Panthers only need 1 point, and this game will close. Bombers will hit that one on the ground, keeping themselves alive. And again, very exciting if you're a Panther player, and I know the players on the Panthers team is very pumped right now. They only need 1 point in the win. But right now, the Bombers only need 2 points, and then the Panthers. And 2 points is nothing, as we've seen this entire game.
A little bit of revenge there from Danny, who just put that ball down and is now serving.
But the Panthers will come out and sweep the Bombers. Ben Rudemiller had a fantastic end of that second set, closing this game out for the Panthers. A fantastic spike there by Rudemiller. He is a big reason as to why the Panthers were able to close that out. And as we saw there, the Panthers win that game and that set 25-22 and will win that series 2-0. Fantastic ending by the Panthers. And like I said, that first game that they played, the Bombers were able to win 1 set in that game, but all 3 sets in that game were very, very close. They were each won only by a couple of points. And as we saw in this game, both sets in this game were only won by a couple of points. And we saw in both sets, the Bombers were outplaying the Panthers, but as the set went on, the Panthers were able to outplay the Bombers and come out and finish out each set, which is very, very exciting. And I know the Panthers are very pumped.
Yes, for these Bombers, coming out of this game, you really need to know that they have to work on, staying in system, keeping these balls inbounds. Lots of balls coming out to the left and to the right, not inbounds. Keeping balls inbounds, staying in system, really just the serve receive. Mainly the serve receive kept them out of this game.
Yeah, a lot of bad mistakes there by the Bombers at the end. I think that's a big reason as to why they lost. But overall, the Bombers didn't play very bad. They definitely had a great game. But the Panthers had a very dominant game and were able to play at 100% the entire game. I think that's why they won. But that's all we got for this JVA game. Thank you all so much for watching. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for this varsity game because it's going to be a very exciting one because both of these teams have been having a great season. So stay tuned because this is another GCL matchup. It should be very exciting. So thank you guys for watching, and we are live on H Sports.
Welcome back to another Friday night in the Elder Wrestling Volleyball Gym. It's cloudy outside, but we're hot in here, and we're ready to go. Tonight we have a GCL match between the Panthers and the St. Xavier Bombers. I'm Abe McKenna.
I'm Kyle Mason.
I'm Max Panzica.
So, what are your keys on the game tonight?
I think if the Panthers want to come out on top and win this game, they need confidence. And as we see that, the Panthers are already showing their confidence, jumping up and down and screaming. We're already seeing it. Right now, it's looking at the Bombers are saying calm and collected, which is definitely what you want to do in a non-home environment. You're away. There's definitely going to be less fans for your team. So that's when you need to stay cool, calm, and collected, and then really just show your confidence out on the court. But I think if the Panthers want to win this game, they need their confidence and energy.
Yeah, if you're a Bombers fan tonight, you're looking for the Bombers to stay in system. You know, they really are able to put the ball down when they're in system, especially to those sets to Joe Taggart.
So far, the Panther crowd is adamant. The cheering section's loud. I mean, so far the environment, I think, is a lot better than last week. Last week we're a little quiet. We didn't seem too ready for that game, but I think this week we're ready for the Bombers.
Yeah, it should be a great game. We know that we can beat them. We already have this season. Right now, both teams are 2-2 in the GCL, so right now someone in this game is going to get a winning record and one team's going to get a losing record, so it should be an exciting game to watch.
Start of the game, Brady Kelly, the good topspin serve. Senex with a set. Johnny Holmes, blocked right down, point for the Panthers. Johnny Holmes starting off early. Senex with a Good block, good stop up there, but they hit it out. Point Panthers.
Great start for the Panthers. That's exactly how you want the Panthers to start the game, just to start to get the momentum going early on.
There's Brady Kelly. A great read from Johnny Holmes. I mean, he saw it was going right out, and he just let it go. That's what you like to see from the sophomore up there.
Yeah, I think I think Coach Tierney definitely did the right decision. Putting Johnny Holmes on this varsity roster. He's a very great player, and he's a huge asset for that Elder front row.
Brady Kelly there with a little too much power there. A little too much power, a little too much curve. What goes out, and here's now Shanex got the point, 2-1 Elder. Here's number 12, Reese Hosfeld. Serves it right into the net as first serve of the game for the Bombers. Panthers up 3-1 early in the first set.
You don't want to see that as a Bombers fan, especially when you're going to get the ball and get the serve. That's kind of when you want to start to build the rhythm and get stuff going. But then when you miss it, then you're just giving the Panthers the ball and maybe a chance to start get some momentum going.
Ooh, a good play by Joe Taggart. I mean, Holmes got under it. But it went right over, and Taggart just dunked it down.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the Panthers. Just keep your head up, keep on going. You still have the lead, it's still 1 point. You just got to keep on playing your game, which we're seeing them do now. They're playing great so far against the Bombers.
Bombers number 5, Luke Source with the serve. Here's set from Kelly. Here's Roeder. Up in the rafters, little Kevin Esplich touch. Right out. Good read from Johnny Holmes again. A few good reads from Johnny Holmes so far in this game, early in this match, and so far it's paying off for the Panthers, 4-2.
Yeah, there's been a lot of balls going Johnny Holmes' way, which, I mean, he's all over the court, so you will expect that. But these balls have been going out of bounds as well, and Johnny's been able to read that, and that's a great thing for the Panthers because those are easy points.
There's a senior, John O with the serve. Ooh, tough break. Good for the Panthers. They got the block up there. Tipped right off Hank Roeder's hand, and no one was there to back him up. Now here's number 15, Will Payton, subs in. He comes in for the serve. Now this Bombers team was very hyped up at the beginning of the season. Oh.
Looks like no Panthers player was ready for that one. Went straight to the ground. No one was even there to try and get it.
Bombers get a break. 4-4, tied up. Panthers crowd getting into it. And he serves it right in the net again.
Yeah, that's another missed serve for the Bombers, and we've been seeing a lot of missed serves this game, and especially on that varsity level. You wouldn't really expect that to happen so early on, but there is a lot of pressure on these players, and a lot does go into that serve that you don't notice. So you will see those. You just don't want that to continue on and become a habit later on this game.
Oh, point for the Panthers after a net violation. I'm not sure. I didn't really get the call there.
Yeah, it's actually a point for the Bombers. It was great placement by Henry Kane.
Good block by the Panthers. Oh yeah. I mean, the Panthers are stronger, showing the grit there. You got Henry Kane up front. He's about 6'8", but Ben Williams just goes right up and dunks it right back down. The fight from the Panthers tonight has to be there, and I like what I just saw right there.
Yeah, the energy's definitely going from the Panthers. Lots of confidence. Like I said, that's what they need, and there's been lots of aggression shown, and that's why they have the lead right now over the Bombers.
Brandt sails it. You want to get Brandt hot. I mean, we saw against the Moore game, there wasn't a lot of good things, but Brandt was killing it. We would like to see that again tonight.
Now Jacob Cruiser is at the line for the Bombers. Let's see if he's able to get this one over, which he will.
Holmes. Kelly with dump. Taggart. Good effort. Hogue with a good effort there. That was a powerful spike. I will admit. I mean, not much you can do there, but Hogue gets it up, gives Brandt a chance to get to it, and just not fast enough. Good effort from the Panthers.
Yeah, if there's one great aspect for Hunter Hogue this season is that he's been able to get great touches on the ball.
Oh, splits Johnny Holmes' hands. Bombers have the momentum right now. They are killing the ball tonight.
Yeah, the Bombers have gotten the last 3 points so far, maybe even more, but they have taken the lead now by 2 points. And the Bombers' spikes might be a problem for the Panthers because they might have one of the hardest hitting players in the entire league.
Miscommunication for the Bombers there leads to a Panthers point. They weren't expecting the direct over, which I don't think the Panthers were either. But I mean, what I'm noticing so far is the Bombers, their first hit, they kill the ball.
Yeah, the Bombers definitely, they're not afraid to just throw it at you and just hit it as hard as we can. As we saw right there, that ball is hit into that deep fifth zone where no player was at. Great placement there by the Bombers.
Now we have number 11, Leo Miller. Leo Miller is a junior. Again, kind of a young squad for the Bombers besides their top guys, as George Whitmer just sails it out. We're going to have a little back and forth action here from both cheering sections, which you like to see on a good GCL game.
Yeah, definitely something you expect from the GCL teams. They'll do anything they can to try and distract the players playing out on the court, and the Elder St. X rivalry is definitely crazy, so I'm not surprised that the student section showed up today to cheer on their teams.
Panthers with the point there. Johnny Holmes, big swing. And here's Brady Kelly, the senior, captain of the team. It's a good top spin spurt. And a good point for the Panthers. Little miscommunication there again from Bombers, as we've seen early in this game. Few early mistakes, but they're still holding on. I mean, they're up in the match, 10-9. As Kelly goes for another serve.
Yeah, the Bombers, they are making those little mistakes, but they're able to outplay those mistakes and keep the lead, which we've seen this entire game. They've kind of been able, well, the Panthers had that lead in the beginning of the game, but the Bombers were able to come out over it, and they've kind of kept it for these last few points here.
Oh. I didn't even think the ref saw that, if I'm being honest.
Looks like Coach Tierney was right there, and he was like, what the heck, ref? I'm right there, and that did not look out of bounds at all. But looks like they're going to keep on playing. There's no stopping it. Refs called it. Elders has to keep on going. Don't let it get to him.
Holmes, nice touch. Bombers are there. Oh.
Yeah, they're going to call Holmes under the net on that one. You know, you want to be jumping straight up on those balls.
I mean, he had the forward momentum there. He was running back from the deep fifth, and he came up and just too far. Panthers take a timeout after a few controversial calls.
Yeah, 2025 Coach of the Year, Sean P. Tierney looking to, have a reset for the Panthers.
Yeah, very reasonable timeout call there. Down by 4 points. You definitely need to regroup as a team. They're definitely not playing bad, but right now the Bombers are just overall outplaying them. They're still making those mistakes, but they're still able to outscore the Panthers. So I think right now the Panthers just need to increase their intensity, outsmart the Bombers. I think that's a big part of volleyball, outsmarting, do what they don't expect, because right now the Bombers are anticipating every move that we make.
I mean, the Bombers physically seem a little more physical than the Panthers. The velocity in the ball, you can tell. I mean, that thing's fine. And they also seem a little more ready for this game. Like you said before, they were calm. They were calm in the bidding. Panthers were hyped up, and we're kind of seeing that calm, that inner peace come out. That's zen.
Yeah, the Bombers really, like I said in the beginning of the game, they stayed calm, but again, like you said, they're not afraid to completely throw the ball at your face. They will show all their aggression, and they will not stop. They'll just keep on going.
Holmes hits it straight in the net. I just noticed his wrist tape on tonight. I haven't seen that before. I wonder if that's going to be a factor tonight in tonight's game.
Yeah, that wrist tape has been on there. It looks like he's been having a little bit of wrist pain these last few weeks, but he's been playing phenomenally, so hopefully it doesn't become too much of a problem, but he has been playing great these points. We've already seen him have very great plays this game.
The Bombers are hyped up. Their crowd's hyped up. We just need to, shut them down. I think in this next point, momentum's in their favor right now. Panthers crowd needs to stay up.
Up by 6 points. They only need 10 more points to win this game. It's definitely in their favor right now, but we know how the Panthers can play. We've watched them all season. This will be a very exciting end to this first set.
Brandt with a soft touch. Just good placement from the senior, Joe Taggart. I believe he's a Ohio State commit. Just an overall good volleyball player. He's been here for about 3 years. Just dominating.
Yeah, we'll definitely see some very, very great players going into college from the St. X team. So the Panthers definitely do need to play to the best of their ability to try and win this game, because the competition's very hard, and we've seen this competition throughout this entire season when they played the Bombers.
Yeah, you see the Bombers starting to pull away here. They may have came out into this game with a lot of fire in their hearts. You don't see, too much hype, too much movement from the Panthers, so hopefully they can get back.
Joe Taggart seems to be taking over right now.
Yeah, right now the Bombers, if they get this point here, they'll have twice the amount of points as the Panthers. Right now the Bombers, it's not looking very promising for the Panthers, but as we saw there, it could be a little bit of a momentum switch here, because now the Panthers are only down by 7, and now they have the ball to serve.
Panthers need to take advantage of those early mistakes from the Bombers.
just like that. Number 12 makes 2 mistakes in a row, and the Panthers are capitalizing.
Yeah, you do not want those mistakes when you have this type of lead. You want to be able to keep this lead and not give the Panthers a chance to try and come back.
Johnny Holmes getting back with the serve. Nice float serve. St. X gets it up. Oh, I saw it. That was in. Ref made up for a bad call from earlier, I think. But, we'll take it. Panthers point.
Yeah, volleyball is a very quick sport, so as a ref, you have to be as focused as possible. You cannot zone out whatsoever because those calls are going to be made in about a second. So you have to be quick with it, or people will complain. Great save there by Roeder, or by Brandt, my apologies.
Oh, Whitmer tips it off the block, and Kelly thought it was going out, I think. I mean, again, with a quick reaction, you got to adjust to those balls. It gets tipped off someone, you got to be ready to move.
Yeah, you always have to be on your feet in volleyball. You always need someone right next to that player that's hitting the ball, just in case they need help, and that's a very often occurrence in volleyball.
Number 4, which I believe is a freshman. You don't see that a lot on any varsity sport in the GCL. And he just showed why he's on the team.
Yeah, you can definitely see that he's not as developed as these older guys, and he's not as tall as them, but he's definitely showing that does not matter at all, as we saw that great play there by him. And there's a reason why he's on varsity.
A nice play from Brady Kelly. Bombers thought he was going to set it. He just hit it right over. I think that's what Kelly brings to the table as a smart player. I mean, he's got the IQ to make those plays. You set it, you gotta leave them on their toes, We'll
see John All at the line. Very great server for this Elder team.
Set by Kelly. Roeder, nice hit. Bombers get it up. Oh, Panthers put 3 up there, which leaves a hole in their back. The back, deep right, 5th.
Yeah, that's zone there.
Taggart takes advantage of it.
Yeah,
20-13 Bombers.
Taggart has been dominant all this game. He's 2025 GCL South Player of the Year, and he is continuing to, overpower the Panthers.
Kelly with the set. Ben Williams with the nice. Oh, Panthers get a break. Right in. Nah, I'm confused. This line ref called it in.
I'm not sure. It looks like all the Elder players or all the Elder fans are pointing the one way, but as you see there, looks like you could say the Elder fans are saying ball doesn't lie, because looks like right there St. X missed that serve that they could have easily gotten, and now Elder would get the point in the ball. And right now, Elder down by 7 points. Not looking too promising for the Panthers because the Bombers only need 4 points. But the Panthers have been in situations like this, they can definitely come back. And if not, they just need to strike back even harder in the second set.
I mean, I think we can call back, like you said. We get the momentum of the crowd. We get the momentum of the fans. Players are feeling it. I like where we're going. I think we can come back to set. It's Ritter with the foot serve. Nice break. They get it up. Dunks it down. Oh, wow. That was a phenomenal effort by the St. X crew right there.
Yeah, as a coach, you got to be proud of your players because that's a very hard ball to save, but at least you're not seeing them give up on the ball. They're going to try with all of their hustle to try and save it.
Here's Hank Roeder, the senior, the redhead, with the float serve. Up to Taggart. Damn. That had some mustard. That had some heat.
Yeah, the Bombers are going to continue to set him these in-system balls. He's just, completely been putting them down on the Panthers.
Bombers only need 3 more points.
Good block from the Panthers. Number 9, out. Good read. Holmes, I said it last game against Moeller. Whoa.
Coach Tierney pretty much on the court there, very upset with that call. He's a loss for words. He's not even saying anything there. I think he's just going to try and trust his players to try and pull out of this set.
I'm at a loss for words. That was absurd. A great play from Brady Kelly. We love to see it.
Great way to bounce back from that call, from that play. Brady Kelly keeping his head strong in the game and tricking those Bombers players and setting that ball over the net very hard.
Good save from the Panthers. Here's Holmes. Sails it. Holmes kind of struggling a little bit here early.
Panthers will get the point.
Oh, they call a tip. What goes around comes around. I mean, that's karma for the Panthers. I love it. I
mean, that's probably the best way to put it. Yeah. Now we'll see Carter Brand at the line. Very accurate server. We need him to be accurate in this moment if he wants to try and get the Panthers back in this game. Still down by 5 points. They cannot make another mistake.
Taggart. I mean, that man, something tonight. I think the adrenaline's running.
Yes, everywhere, all over the court. They're going to be setting him outside, and you have to see there, even they're setting him pipe balls, and he's continuing to dominate Elder.
Matt, set point for the Bombers. Get it down. That is a huge point there from the Panthers.
Yeah, that was definitely needed for the Panthers to try and come back, but right now, they need 5 consecutive points to try and come back and win this game, which is definitely possible, but this Bombers team is strong. So the Panthers are going to need their best volleyball this entire season to come back and win this
Here's
set.
Hogue. Little misread from the Panthers. They hit it right into the net. That's huge. 24-20. Panthers clawing back. Hogue again with the serve. He's got a nice knuckle. Another young Panther on the team. He's a sophomore. Kelly with the set. Over to Holmes. Huge. That's nice.
Yeah, that was a perfect outcome for the Panthers. Able to get their bump set spike in there. And then the Bombers tried to block that and it easily went out of bounds. Panthers don't have to work to try and keep that ball alive. And as we see there, the Bombers will call a timeout because right now the Panthers are starting to go on a roll a little bit. Now they're only down by 3 points and the Bombers haven't scored a lot of points in these last few plays.
Yes, the Panthers are really working their way back into this game, and you can tell the Bombers feel it after this timeout call.
What are your keys to winning this set here?
I think the Panthers need to keep on being accurate and being – I think they just need to keep on being accurate. I think them getting their serves over is very good, but I think they also need to keep on getting and being in their positions that they need to be in. Like when these balls are being spiked over to their side, the libero needs to be in a spot, the setter needs to get to a spot, and then the outside hitter or any hitter needs to finish it and do his job. So I think it's just being accurate because – any part of this, one slip up and the set's over, like missing the serve or the hitter hitting it out of bounds or hitting the net. Like just that little mistake can end this set and bring the Bombers 1-0.
I think the Panthers just need to figure out that they can only control what they can control. Calls don't matter. They just got to keep doing what they do.
That one barely goes over, but great serve there.
Good save from the Panthers. Rotor's over. It's Taggart. We got a point for the Panthers.
Yeah, they're going to call Joe on a front row attack there. He seems his left foot actually stepped over the line.
Huge for the Panthers. A great call from the refs, in my opinion.
Yeah, tiny mistakes there by the Bombers, which is crucial because now the Panthers are creeping their way back in, which seems like an impossible challenge for the Panthers, but now it seems very realistic. But again, Panthers cannot let up any points right now. They need to score 2 more points to try and tie this up.
Oh.
very unfortunate outcome there for the Panthers because they took all that time and effort to try and come back, and right before they were able to tie it up, the Bombers score that point, or, well, Roeder kicks it out of bounds, and the Bombers will get that point, and they will close out that first set, winning it 1-0.
I'm fine with that outcome there. I like the Panthers gained the momentum back. Bombers didn't see, like, that set did not impact anything at all, in my opinion. Clearly the Bombers were not feeling like if Hank didn't hit that out, I don't think.
Elder Volleyball, we have enjoyed 9 GCL titles, 11 trips to the state finals, and 6 state titles. This evening we pause to honor the 10th anniversary of that most recent state title, your 2016 Elder Volleyball team. With 9 seniors and 6 juniors, the 2016 team put together an impressive season. Finishing with a record of 23 wins and 6 losses, the team finished 4-2 in the GCL and tied for the GCL title. On the road to the state title, the Panthers defeated Princeton and St. Xavier in the regional tournament. They advanced to defeat St. Ignatius in the state quarterfinals and Centerville in the state semifinals. In the state finals, Elder faced off against a familiar foe in the Moeller Crusaders. The Panthers had battled 4 times against Moeller in the regular season, losing 3 of the 4 contests. However, on May 29th, Elder secured the state title in definitive fashion, defeating the Crusaders 3-0, 25-18, 25-18, and 25-23. The players on the 2016 team set a total of 7 career and individual school records. Over the past 10 years, some of those records have fallen, but their contributions still rank among the highest in Elder volleyball history. Achievements by Mark Klusman, Patrick O'Connor, and Alex Whitty are still found on the leaderboard today. The team also featured 4 GCL All-Stars, 4 South Region All-Stars, and 2 All-Ohio team members in Jake Luby and Michael Hilvert. In addition to their contributions to Elder volleyball in 2016, these men continue to be positive leaders and impactful members of their communities by giving back to the sport of volleyball as grade school, high school, and club volleyball coaches. In addition, Jared Malott serves on the board of directors for the Ohio Valley region of USA Volleyball and is a nationally decorated and recognized high school and collegiate official. It is our honor tonight to welcome back to the pit the members of the 2016 state championship team. We'd like to invite those members of the team present with us this evening to come down to the court for recognition. Our team managers that year were Daniel Nortman, Paxton Kelly, and Quinn James. The juniors on the team were Liam Conway, Max Hoffmeyer, Mark Klusman, Graham Koenig, Jack Canoli, and Alex Whitty. The seniors on the team, Steve Camarada, Michael Hilvert, Patrick O'Connor, Zach Reith, Matt Stacklin, Tyler Wiebolt. And our senior captains were Nathan Duke, Jake Luby, and Jared Malott. Our coaches that year, of course, were head coach Sean Patrick Tierney. The varsity assistants were John Seaton and Travis Whitehoff. Assistant coaches were Joe Bianco, Matt Harpenow, Jake Notheisel, the late Bill Walligman, Eric Grimm, and Joe Walligman. Our assistant athletic director that year was Kevin Espelage, and our athletic director was Dave Dabelt. Let's hear it for your 2016 state volleyball champions. Congratulations on what you've accomplished and what you continue to accomplish in your personal lives. Your contributions to our school, our community, and the Elder Volleyball program in particular will always be remembered. Thank you, and Altiora.
The whole time.
Right now, the Panthers coming off of that set where they barely lost, but they did start to come back a little bit. That entire set, the Panthers were down by a handful of points, but right now, the Panthers saw what they're able to do. Right now, the energy is crazy. The players are pumped. The student section's pumped. It should be a very, very exciting and action-packed second set.
Again, I don't know if I've seen this before, but might be the largest cheering section I've seen for an Elder volleyball game. The Panthers are into it. We got a few baseball guys. We got, I think, guys coming from everywhere. The cross game, wherever you were, you come watch some Elder volleyball. It's a great night. There's some GCL action. Bombers up 1-0. Panthers right in it.
Yeah,
Kelly with the set.
great moment that these guys will remember.
Little SP touch. Oh. Great block from the Panthers. Bombers were ready. Kelly with the dunk. Oh, no one back deep for the Panthers.
Yeah, it looks like they were kind of focusing on that front row, but no one was back in the back row to save that ball.
Yes, a lot of, the Bombers' points tonight have been in this deep one zone. A lot of these balls, going untouched by the Panthers in this one zone. If they want to, come back in this game, in this set, they have to be covering that deep one.
Up to Brandt. Brandt with a good hit. Sets it. I think they could have let that go, but rather be safe than sorry. Taggart. Holmes with the over. Over to Taggart. I mean, we saw it in the first set. That hammer's unforgiving. Bombers up 2-0. Number 12, Reese Hosfeld back to serve for the Bombers. Right in the net. He's done that. He did that, 2 or 3 times in the first set, and he just continues.
Yeah, you don't want to see that as a Bomber fan. Seeing those missed serves, when you have the lead early on in the game, you kind of want to carry that on and extend that lead. But now the Panthers are on the board and have the serve, and now we see Brady Kelly serving. Powerful serve there, gets it to the back row.
A nice hit from Hogue. Sets it up to Holmes. Roeder. Roeder with a great hit. Bombers keep it alive. Little Elder touch. That's what we love to see. I've mentioned Kevin Lensbush. That's our athletic director. And, man, he put these roofs in. I'll tell you that much. He put those roofs in the Panthers' favor there.
Yeah, I mean, that ball was definitely going the way that those Bomber players were tracking it, but then it got stopped by, I think, the roof. And,
that was the roof, yes.
Yeah, but then it turned out in their favor.
That outside heat. He comes up high and he brings it down. Here's the libero, number 5, Luke Source. Kelly. Witt. First thing we've seen from Whitmer tonight. Roeder. Bombers defense seems to be impenetrable right now.
This front row is amazing from the Bombers. The Panthers cannot get it over.
Panthers get dominated at that point, if I'm being honest. That front row, they just killed.
Yes, 3 consecutive blocks from that left side of the front row.
Yeah, Ben Ferris, that freshman, wow, what a great play there. Great volley by him. He is the main reason why the Panthers did not get a point there, because our spikes are powerful, and we definitely would have got a point off that, but Ferris is able to stop that.
The freshman proving why he's on the team. Miss hit from the Bombers, number 12. Reese Hosfeld just not having a good game. Keeps looking at his hands, but we're playing volleyball. Hands are not a ball. Here's Johnny Holmes. Again, the ski celly from Panthers. Nice save from Hogue. Splits the outer block. Again, you almost want to put 3 guys up there, but you can't, because then you leave. You're too spread out.
Yeah, you're leaving a lot of space on the court open, and you know you could have as many players up at the net to block it, but if that block's out of control and goes out of bounds, and the number of players does not matter. That's something I'm noticing. 2 of our players are taped up around the wrist on the court, which is unfortunate to see. Hopefully they're able to play through it.
They just feed it, Tiger.
Yeah, you see a little bit of clashing, you know, with Roeder's. Roeder's not very, you know, powerful. He's like putting those balls where they need to be. But you see Joe over here just, you know, slamming straight into this ball.
The Bombers placing it in very awkward spots. Looks like they played it, or they placed it in between that 5th and 6th zone.
Again, Holmes with the great read there.
Very slow start to the second set. It's been a very long set, but that just means that, you know, the players, or both teams and the players as well, are just very locked in and they're not making very mistakes, and that's why these volleys are lasting very long.
Here's John All. Nice touch off the net. Go over Tiger. They just feed him. Oh, great block. That is what we need to see. Hank Roeder's hyped up. Crowd's pumped up. These volleyball chants, I like them. I like them. I don't know about you, but I like these volleyball chants. They got a little, huh, huh. You know, I enjoy them, yes.
The bench and the student section very involved, and you're so close to the court, so you really can't affect the game. And in football, obviously, when you have so many players, you are for sure affecting it. But volleyball, you're right next to that court, so anything that you say can affect the players playing and maybe distract them.
Good rally here from the Panthers. It is now tied up 6-6. John All, call him the energy, the glue guy. Back with another serve. Good topspin serve there. They get it over to Taggart. Oh!
Great block there from the Panthers. Or well, it looks like there that the Bombers got the point. And right now, Panthers are down 6-7. Right now, the Panthers need to try and figure something out to try and take over the lead and start to get some momentum going instead of keeping this game very close, because that's kind of what it's been this entire set. There hasn't really been a big lead from either team.
Again, 6-7. Bombers up by 1. Here's Tiger with the serve. Big topspin serve. Oh.
Oh, a little bit of a...
We have 2 different calls there from the Panthers, from each ref. Back judge said it was in. Front judge said it was out. Who are they going to turn to?
I love my Panthers, but kind of looked in.
I was in.
That was in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that was in too. I don't know. I think that was in.
Judge in the back seems disgruntled.
Yeah.
They overturned the call.
Unfortunate if you're a Panther fan, and you know some people might not have seen it right. You know, maybe we're wrong, but I'm pretty confident that that was in. Just keep on going. Don't let that different call change the momentum, because this is definitely slowing us down. This is slowing the game down, which could honestly stop the Panthers' rhythm. So they need to keep on playing strong and don't let the call affect how they play.
Kelly's having a word with the ref, confused about the call, switching it back and forth. That is just, I think, a dirty move from the ref. You're kind of, I don't know, you leave us in the dust there.
Looks like Coach Tierney kind of used Brady Kelly as his little messenger there, and well, you heard Kelly's response, and he doesn't seem very happy about it.
He does not like it at all. You know, it's like going up for a fist bump, and they just leave you there. You know, they gave you the point and then they take it back. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, Taggart serving this ball is going to get a little, you know, harsh comments from the crowd.
Ball, don't lie. That's what we love to see from the Panthers. I mean, when they get frustrated, when they get angry, they take it out on the court. They don't take it out within each other. That's part of this Elder volleyball team that you just gotta like. Yeah. Here's Hank.
Great to see as an organization, you're not working against each other, but rather against the other team and working together.
A huge hit from Carter Brandt.
Yeah, that's an amazing play from Taggart. Good up and good kill.
I mean, he's just got a vertical. I kind of want to know what it is, I'm not going to lie. Ooh.
Some of these volleyball players can really jump, and they're already tall, so definitely hard to block that ball from them.
Here's number 8, Jacob Cruiser, with the dunk from Brady Kelly. Good tip. Gets it up. Oh. I do believe Brandt did hit the net there. Unfortunate play. Crowd cheering section did not like it. Number 8 back to serve again. A good read from the Panthers.
The Panthers have been very smart with touching the ball and not touching the ball, and that really can really sometimes decide the game, is those little decisions.
To touch or to not touch? That is the question. Here's number 8, Carter Brandt. A little miss hit there from the... A big hit from number 9, Ben Davis. I mean, last couple points, he's had 2 solid hits. Just putting it down on the Bombers, which is what we need right now.
Yeah, Ben Davis has one of the strongest arms on the team and great asset for the Panthers if they want to try and take over this lead, which right now, they're down by 2 points, 9-11. Again, like I said, they need to figure something out and try to take this lead because right now the Bombers are kind of keeping it.
Bombers Panthers went up with a solid block. It just went right into the pole. Unfortunate for the Panthers. Leo Miller back to serve.
Holmes gets that one up nice and high.
Kelly with a unusual mistake right there.
You don't normally see that from him. Again, don't let it get to him. Just bounce back from it, play even harder on the next point.
Float serve from the Bombers. Another huge hit from Davis. Taggart with a smart play. He's not only a big hitter, but he's a smart player. Showing his talent on the court tonight.
Something to mention about the student sections is that they're definitely not the same size as those basketball and football student sections, but since the gym is definitely not as big as those as the basketball court or the football field, this gym is very enclosed, and there's not as much. It's definitely enclosed. So when these students cheer, it's going to be a lot louder. So when you have a crowd like this and a student section like this, it's going to be very loud, and you're going to hear it all around the gym, no matter where you're at.
My experience with Elders, no matter how big an Elder cheering section is, they're always going to be louder. I mean, a great example was football this year at Bishop Chatard. I mean, that's a 1.5 hour drive away. We had about 20 Panthers, and we were out doing them. They was their senior night. They had everyone there.
Yeah, I was there at that game, and it was very loud. The Panthers definitely did keep their volume high.
As Hogue hits it right in the net. Unusual mistake from the sophomore. Reese Hosfeld is back in the game after a few mistakes. Here he is with the serve. He was short earlier, now he's long. Good point for the Panthers, 14-11.
Now we have Joe in the back right here. You're going to see Brady Kelly try and put the serve on him. You want to limit his opportunities to swing at this ball.
Get a good bounce from the, It seems the Bombers just feed off his energy. When Joe Taggart's on it, the Bombers are on it. One-man show.
Yeah, the Bombers are they're doing very good in this Elder environment, because right now they're still up by 4 points, and this crowd is loud, and there's a lot of Elder fans. But the Bombers keep on playing their game, and nothing seems to be.
Nice touch from Johnny Holmes. Number 13, the sophomore. 6'7", they say. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I think he's 6'8".
Could be.
But that's not up to me. But a beautiful touch. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Something fell.
Yeah, you're going to see the Panthers bench here doing a little bit of a ski celebration. You know, this is just to poke fun at a recent skiing trip that Johnny took last year.
It's been going on all year. Good up by Kelly. Just hits it over from Hogue. Over to Taggart. Damn.
Tipped ball.
I think if Panthers want a chance to win this game, they got to limit the opportunities from Taggart. Because they just go. I mean, you could almost sit over there. and wait for him.
I think the Panthers, I think, like you said, they need to anticipate, because that's like a huge thing about volleyball. You kind of have to expect what the other team is going to do, and you have to work from it. And if you're kind of waiting for it to happen, then they're going to outplay you, and that's what the Bombers are doing. They're anticipating what we're going to do, and that's a big reason why they're able to keep on scoring so many points and staying in this game. Like right there, they hit it to a spot that they knew we're not going to be able to get to. And that's going to be a timeout call.
Take a timeout. Bombers lure us in, and then they hit us where we're weak.
Yeah, it seems a big topic they're going to be talking about in this huddle is just limiting Joe Taggart. You know, serving the ball to him, giving him less opportunities to, put a stake in the Panthers game.
You know, they're named the Bombers. They really just rain from above, to be honest. That's what their play's been this game. They just hit it hard, and they come down with ferocity. I will give it to them. They're a hard hitter.
Yeah, the Bombers are probably one of the hardest hitters in the league. They kind of remind me of Ivan Drago from Rocky IV.
Oh,
one of the biggest, hardest guys to defeat. But you could say in the scenario where Rocky Balboa.
You know what happened in that movie?
What's up?
You're familiar with that movie?
Oh, yeah.
You know what happened? Rocky comes out.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, Rocky Balboa might not be as big, but he has the heart to win the game, and he has the wants. He wants to need it. He wants it more than the other team, and I think that's what the Panthers need to do right now. The Bombers are looking a little bigger than the Panthers right now. They're looking a little stronger, but that shouldn't let the Panthers can't get down on themselves for that. They need to play even harder than the Bombers, and they want to want it more. And that's what we've seen this season. They've been doing good, and that's the reason why they've been winning these games.
And now we're back to action. The bell rings. Number 15's back to serve. A little awkward hit from Hogue. Roeder. They get it to Taggart. And he's out. Unusual mistake. When I mean unusual, that is very rare.
We'll see John All come in the game to go to serve.
Serve specialist, some might say. But that man can get up. I will let you know.
Yeah, he's quite the sniper. He'll put it right where he wants.
Small but mighty. X gets it over to Taggart.
He definitely has a big heart. I commentate with him a lot, and I've watched a lot of games from him this season, and he definitely has the heart of a champion, heart of a warrior. He definitely wants it the most out of a lot of these guys, and he'll do anything that he can for his team to win.
Again, that last point, just been a theme tonight. Bombers feed Taggart. He goes back to serve. Over to Roeder. Oh, a rare set from Joe Taggart. Trying to throw the Panthers off. Panthers get it up. A good block, but yeah. Overall, nice point from the Panthers.
The Panthers stayed in that, they hustled, and that's the reason why they came out with the point.
Bombers pulled out some tricks, but did not work. Panthers were not fooled. Here's Hank Roeder, the senior. Hits it right into the net. In this type of game, when you're down, you cannot have that big of a mistake. You cannot have those mistakes at all.
Yeah, this is the moment where you definitely cannot afford to be doing that. Now you're down by 5. Bombers only need 6 points. And then it's not going to look very promising for the Panthers. So then the Bombers will be up 2-0. So the Panthers really cannot be doing that. They cannot be making those mistakes. They need to be flawless right now. We'll see Jacob Cruiser at the line.
Kelly with the set. Davis, right in.
Yeah, that was great control from Hunter Hoog, just keeping the ball in system, and Davis is just going to put that down 9 times out of 10.
He placed that in that deep, in between that deep 5th or 6th zone right there. Great placement there by Davis. That's kind of what he strives at, placing it in the right spot, and we already know he has the strength to do it. It's just putting it in the right spot.
Kelly with a nice hit. Good block from the Panthers. Holmes and Davis. We love to see it. We love to see some blocks.
Johnny Holmes doesn't let that dopamine spike get to him, and he doesn't get too excited. He likes to stay locked in and focused, as we saw there. Great play there by Holmes, and getting his team back in this game, and he's staying calm and he's staying focused, and that's exactly what you need. And I think he's definitely one of the leaders as a team as a sophomore.
Another great play from Johnny Holmes. The IQ is through the roof right now. That man's read defense is like he reads books.
Yeah, the
doesn't miss any details.
Yeah, the Bombers have really, just been playing with a lot of power, but the Panthers are just staying in this game using, intelligence.
Ooh.
Unfortunate there. It did look slightly out, which is, you can't control that as Carter Brandt. You could see what he was going for there. Barely went out of bounds. He's definitely going for that deep fifth zone in that corner, but can't do much there. Kind of have to keep on working from it, but doing that kind of move in this scenario is really risky because right now the Bombers have a lead and they only need so many more points to win this set.
Oh, Bombers make a great adjustment to the Panthers. Panthers little trick play, but number 3 in the middle was ready.
Yeah, Gunnar Peterson really just, he jumped with that tip ball and just put it straight down.
Timeout, Panthers. I mean, not the biggest momentum change there, but Tierney didn't like it. Coach Tierney did not like it, and he wanted to make sure the Panthers were ready for a good stretch here. Down to the final few points of this set. Panthers need to call back once again.
Yeah, Coach Tierney knows what his players can do. He knows that they've been in situations like this before, and they know that they can come out on top. And right now the Bombers, I don't think they need to do too much. They need to keep on playing how they are. I think they'll be fine.
Yes, definitely.
Someone I want to mention, a player on the Bombers team, Liam McCarthy, not able to play in today's game because he had a little appendix incident a few days ago. It ruptured, and I've been in the same scenario. I had surgery last summer. Not a fun situation, a lot of pain, but I'm glad to see that he's able to show up for his team on the bench today and cheer on his team.
I mean, appendix surgeries in general,
Not
fun.
Not a fun
no
situation.
Fun at all.
And it's very out of nowhere too. Like it just happens all of a sudden, like in days it could rupture. So scary moment, but I'm glad to see him back to normal.
Awesome to see him here at a good GCL on a Friday night. I mean, he's been standing the whole time supporting his team. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, Leo Miller to serve here.
Brandt, there it is. Brandt needs to get hot.
Yeah, that was great placement from Brandt, right in between the 1 and 6 zones. The Bombers were not expecting that.
Whitmer comes in for Davis. Hogue back to serve. The libero for the Panthers.
Bombers
Up to
staying under
Taggart.
control.
I mean, he just splits them.
Yeah, a great outcome there for the Bombers. They stayed under control that entire volley, and they were able to play perfectly onto the Panthers side, and the Panthers could not get it. It literally landed right at their feet, and now they're only 3 points away from taking the series 2-0.
Panthers put in Reese Hosfeld again. Saved by the net. Good hit from the Bombers. Get it over to Taggart. No one is there.
Yes, Joe Taggart has just been taking control of the end of this set. The Panthers need to do something.
Starting to look a little scary for the Panthers. They were in the same exact situation last set, probably the same points. Right now they need to be playing flawlessly, like I said. Looks like Whitmer jumps really high there, and he cannot get on the ground at times. Shaking his legs in the air, trying to get on the ground. But right now the Bombers, they're 1 point away from making the series 2-0, and right now the Panthers need to score 6 points in a row. They're in an even worse situation than they were last set. Great hustle there by Kelly.
Get it over. Kelly, it was a good hustle again. There's the freshman, puts it down.
That'll close that second set. The Bombers will take down the Panthers once again in another set back-to-back. Right now the Panthers are struggling to get a set secured, and it's looking a little scary if you're a Panthers fan right now. The Panthers aren't playing bad right now. I think the Bombers are outplaying them right now. I think the Panthers can't really find a way to take the lead over the Bombers, and the Panthers haven't had the lead over the Bombers in quite some time.
we're going to need a reverse sweep. Moeller did it against us, first GCL game of the year.
Yeah, I think a key point for the Panthers during this, mid-set time is just talking about limiting Joe Taggart. It's just Joe Taggart, just, dominating the Panthers, putting balls where they can't touch them. They just need to limit his opportunities.
Yeah.
I think he's had over half the points tonight.
Yeah, he's been having a great game, but that's all we got for the second set. But we will be right back to watch this third set here for this GCL matchup live on EH Sports. Welcome back in, Panther fans, to this great game we've been witnessing right now. Bombers are doing a lot better than the Panthers that we've been witnessing. Panthers can't really seem to find a way to come out on top against the Bombers. The Bombers have kept the lead pretty much the entire game. But just a little update on some other sports events going on for the Panthers. Elder Baseball won 8-0 against Cup Calf, and right now the lacrosse team is winning 9-4. So overall, good night for the Panthers, and let's see if lacrosse wins and maybe varsity volleyball wins here. We'll have to get a little bit of a LeBron comeback here if they
we need something magical.
Yeah.
Which I believe the Panthers can pull off. They just gotta understand where Joe Taggart is on the court at all times.
After I watched that Princeton game, the Princeton
game, anything is possible.
Literally anything is possible. So
trust me, being on that field, man.
You're on the field.
Yeah, it was probably the longest game of my life. That was
an exciting game from the student section.
Oh yeah. You heard? If I'm being honest, I didn't hear it on the field, but student section was loud. I did enjoy it.
When you're on the field, you're so locked in and zoned. So
great serve from Captain Brady Kelly there.
Good effort. Bombers have won the first point of every set so far tonight. Reese Hosfeld back to serve. Let's see if he can clean up. Again, off that net. Hits it over to Helms. Helms with a nice hit.
Panthers got to get a lead early on because as we've seen this entire game, once the Bombers get the lead, it's hard to get it back and win it back. And so the Panthers need to figure something out early on to try and win this game.
I think they just need to understand how to keep it out of Taggart's hand. Holmes floats it over, which you cannot have in this situation.
Yeah, like I said earlier, right now is definitely not the time to be missing serves, and we're still missing them, so I think that's definitely something Coach Tierney should mention after this game, whether the Panthers lose or win.
Here's Luke Source. Number 13, Henry Kane, was up in the middle, and he was ready.
Yeah,
You
that
know-
is not the kind of pass you want to see from the Panthers. Get these balls off the net.
3-1 Bombers. Number 5 back to serve again.
I mean, the Panthers still an entire set to play, and the Panthers can for sure come back in this game. The hopes are definitely not out, and they should definitely be still like happy and trying to win this. But right now, the energy from the Panthers is not looking the same as it was these last 2 sets, and right now the Bombers are not slowing down at all.
Yeah, great serve from Luke Source, keeping the Panthers.
Panthers
out
keep it
of
alive.
something.
Great save from the Panthers. Kelly with the phenomenal effort. And the freshman takes it down.
He's been having a great game. Varsity level GCL game, and you're starting. That is quite the honor. You have to be quite the player, and there's definitely a reason why he's in that role, because as we've seen this entire game, he's been having a fantastic performance, and he's been a big reason why St. X is doing so good this game.
Luke Source back to serve again, his 3rd in a row. Nice float serve, good knuckle on it. Holmes with the over. Phenomenal play. 2 points from Holmes so far. We need to keep seeing some magic here. John All, serve specialist, comes in. Again, big hitter from All in the back. Senior, the energy, the glue guy. Nice serve from him. Good save from the Bombers.
Great hustle there. Bombers staying very under control here.
They get it to Taggart. They just seem to find him, no matter what the situation is.
I feel like out of every single play, I feel like the Bombers, the thing that they do best in is staying relaxed and controlled. As we saw there, that volley was going on for a little bit, but we saw the Bombers doing what they need to do and getting in the right spot. I feel like that's something the Panthers need to work on.
Number 15 back with the serve. Big top spin. Good up by Holmes. Over to Roeder. Good up by Holmes. Brandt. Good volley here. Good rally. Taggart just hits it over. Up to Davis. Davis. Yeah. That's what we need to see from the Panthers. Composed rallies where we win the points.
Yeah, the energy, I can start to feel it come back a little bit. We're down by 2, but this is the moment to try and take over the lead against the Bombers before it's too late.
Again, Hank Roeder back there to serve. Over to Taggart. Good block from the Panthers. That's what you like to see. That's what you need to see from the Panthers.
Yeah, that's what the team needs right now. They need blocks like that, and they need it for the rest of the game. They need it with that kind of accuracy and that kind of power. Now Hank Roeder up at the line to serve for the Panthers. Hard serve there, gets it to the back row.
Oh, that's what we want. Tie ball game in the wrestling volleyball gym tonight, 5-5.
1, 2, 3, ace. Ace there for Roeder. Now he's tied up the game.
Again, back to serve. A nice float serve from Roeder.
Ah.
We saw that earlier tonight. We saw it again right now.
Panthers could have taken over the lead for probably the first time and over an entire set, and right there he missed the serve. I just don't think the Panthers are having a very good night right now, in my opinion. They could definitely be playing a lot better. And I think the
Right in
Bombers
the net.
are
That's
playing-
what we need.
I think the Bombers are playing with full intensity, still making the mistakes, but we're definitely seeing them put in all their effort.
Yeah, you can see, a lot of players from both teams getting burnt out here. A lot of, serves coming up short in the net.
Get it up. Good save. Over to Holmes. Holmes gets it over. Set to Taggart. Interesting play for the Bombers. What's the call there?
It's in the Bombers' point.
I don't know what the call
Do we
was
know what
there.
happened there, Max? Any idea?
No, I believe that the ball was actually put down by the Bombers and hit out of bounds by the Panthers.
Playing volleyball, You know a little more than us. You know the terms.
Yeah.
We can talk, but you know the details. You know the little itty bitty words that they say for each
And
violation.
that was it for the Panthers. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but that was a nice point right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Holmes.
Yeah, you can put that any way, but you can for sure say that was a good play there from the Panthers.
Yeah, Hunter Hogue is going to try and serve this ball to Joe Tiger in the middle back. He wants to limit his opportunities to swing.
Last time we saw a serve to Taggart, it did not go well for the Panthers.
Great placement there by number 3, Gunnar Peterson. He put that right in the middle of the court. No Panther player was even ready for that ball to go there, and I think the Panthers just need to be on their toes, and that's kind of been the running thing this entire game. I think the balls have been dropping on the Panthers' side this entire game. Right on that line.
Holmes just too far up to make a read there, in my opinion. He's a tall dude. It was going over his head, but he was in the middle of the court.
Yeah. You kind of need to follow that ball to the back of that back line. You need to follow it to make sure that's not going out. That's not
There
going
it
in.
is.
Yeah, great back row swing from Brent.
Now we have Kelly to serve. Nice top spin serve from Kelly. Let's see if he can get something going for the Panthers. Good serve. Way out. No. Bombers looking for a tip there. Panthers didn't touch it. I heard the air on that one. Didn't hear no fingers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Panthers did not touch that one. They do get the point, and now the game is tied. Panthers
Kelly.
have a chance to take over the lead.
Good read from the Panthers again. Oh!
Yeah, they're going to call a tip on that one. I think the main read for the ref there was that the ball actually, gained upward momentum on that swing out of bounds.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I'm not a big fan of the refs tonight. But what can you do?
Yeah, you're going to see that in almost every game. There's going to be calls you don't agree with, but a lot of officials for this game, so you kind of just have to agree with them and keep on
What
playing.
a save from the Bombers there. Holmes finishes it. Great effort from the Bombers, but Panthers take down.
Now it's starting to go back and forth.
We need a big set from the Panthers. Holmes with the serve. Nice float serve over. Miscommunication, huge for the Panthers. 4 hits from the Bombers after a tip of the set.
Yeah, it seems Peterson did not get the serve timing he wanted. He actually came up, a little too quick on that set.
Holmes again. Go to the freshman. And he is eating on that right side. Tie ball game, 11s. Call those the sticks. 1-1, 1-1. It's the sticks.
Yeah, it's 11-11, and you could say that the Panthers need a wish right now, and that's for the Bombers to miss this serve.
Here's Luke Source with the serve. Brant with a heavy hit. Takes it down. I wish we had a radar gun, Check the velocity on those.
That would be pretty neat. That could be something that, maybe something added to future broadcasts. Maybe not high school, but maybe some professional.
College broadcast. I bet there is something, bro.
I'm sure
college.
there is.
Yeah, John All, the serve specialist, senior captain, serving there.
They feed the freshman again.
Not
All
much-
makes a misread.
Yeah, not much you can do there if you're all. Not much time to try and even get there, and he wasn't even near it. So kind of have to keep on moving forward from that one. But right now the game is tied. And we'll see John All go back out. And Whitmer follow him.
Starting lineup in for the Panthers. Roeder, Davis, Kelly, Hogue, Holmes, and Brant. Nice hit from Roeder.
Yeah, beautiful back set from Brady Kelly, just absolutely placed right on the court for Hank.
I think that's what sets apart the boys from men right there. Finding another dude's weakness and exploiting it to the best of its ability. Good read from the Bombers.
Unfortunate there from Roeder. I would say pretty much all of our missed serves, except maybe a few, but I would say the majority of our missed serves is really just us hitting it a little bit too out of the way. The idea is there, we're trying to hit it right on that line, but
nice play from the Panthers.
Yeah, that quick set is very hard to read for the Bombers. You know, Davis really just put that one right down in the middle of the court. Taggart was not ready for that ball.
And here's Brandt. Good topspin serve. Sets it up to Kane. Kane hits it out. And no tip from the Panthers. Point. Elder.
Yeah, something you see continuously, and you're going to continue seeing this set, is the Panthers actually serving at Joe Taggart, you know, trying to stop him from getting swings on the ball.
Nice play from, I believe, number 13.
Elder still keeping the lead, which they've had for a bit of these points in this set, but the Bombers could take it over and try to tie it right now.
That is out. Nice read from the Panthers.
Yeah, the Panthers have been very smart with their decision making tonight. There hasn't been a lot of times where they've read it wrong. There definitely has been a few, but I'd say the majority, they've been doing pretty good tonight. Hogue serve goes into the net. Very unfortunate there, especially now you're going to tie the game for the Bombers. Or actually now they're going to be down by 1, but the Bombers now have a chance to tie the game.
That would be, yeah.
No.
Okay. I was just checking you there. I didn't know. Little vague there. Nice hit from Brandt. Up in the rafters. Taggart just not the hardest hit, but he just finds the hole.
Yeah, he placed it right on the edge of that one zone, right where you want to put it, because no players are really ready for it to go there. And again, you have to anticipate it for it to go there. You have to expect them to put it there. And as we saw there, Hunter Hogue, Elder needs to be aggressive. You cannot hesitate at all. Hogue needs to kind of get the mindset that it's better for you to bonk heads with one of my teammates than for that ball to drop the ground.
Yeah, that miscommunication there is not what you want to see from the Panthers. You know, it seems he was trying to cover from behind Brandt, you know, cover his backside, but he actually let that one drop.
That is, I mean, that's a momentum shifter, for being honest. That big of a mistake in this tight of a game.
Yeah, this tight 16-17 matchup is getting really, really serious.
Again, the score 16-17. Elder down 1. Panthers have been in it more this set than I've seen in previous.
I think the Panthers are definitely staying in this game. The best that they have this entire game. I think as they keep on playing more and more against the Bombers, I think they're starting to adapt to their playing style, and I think that's what they need to do. I think the Bombers have a very different playing style than any other team has, and I don't think the Panthers are used to it, because these last few games, the Panthers have been blowing out all their competitors except Moeller. That game was very, 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 very close, but the Panthers kind of come out on top. But other than that, I feel like the Panthers have been playing pretty well, so they're not used to this type of competition.
Bombers back with the serve. No miscommunication this time. Sets it over to Brandt. Brandt with a nice hit. Knocks a Bomber on his behind. But then a good hit. What I noticed so far is the Bombers have a good team energy. They keep it within themselves, and they get hyped up, which I think they propel themselves up, which is what you want to see out of a team.
Yeah, it's great especially when you're playing Elder. Elder definitely has one of the biggest cheering sections, you could say, and definitely one of the most committed crowd fans, and they're definitely loud and they definitely get involved. And when you're not at home either, it doesn't help. So when you're able to stay composed and locked in and not let it get to you, it's very impressive, and it's very cool to see the energy that they're able to keep.
Yeah, you saw Holmes there using the blockers as a tool, to put that ball out of bounds and get the Panthers their serve back.
Nice up from the Panthers after the Taggart downfall. Up to Holmes. Up to Roeder. They find the freshman.
Kelly almost getting that one.
Was that a hit the red line? I misread that. Not too sure what happened there.
Yeah, Reese Hosfeld to serve here. I believe he has a top spin serve.
Indeed, he does.
Yeah, great placement from Holmes. Unreturnable for St. X.
The Bombers keeping the tiniest lead. The Panthers were able to keep it for a little bit, but it looked like the Bombers are able to take it, and they've been able to keep it for a few points, but now the Panthers have a chance to tie it here.
Here's Holmes with the float serve. Over to Taggart.
Great look there by Holmes. He was ready to dive for that one right behind him. That's what you need. You need those backup players to be ready for that.
Not enough room to save it for Holmes. Great effort. Love the effort, but not enough room.
It's unfortunate there's a door there, because if there was, then I would definitely think that they should put some pads there, because you've seen a lot of times that these players are running into the walls and they kind of have to stop themselves. So I think if there's a mat there or some type of padding, it would help a lot. But there's a door there, so can't really do much about that.
Personally, I just think that's Elder grit right there. But, beats me.
Yeah.
Nice save from the Panthers.
Well, it seems that X was looking for 2 touches there, but they actually did not have that.
Yeah, it won't matter there. It still came out at the point. Right now, they're starting to extend their lead a little bit from the Panthers. Panthers only down by 3 points, but the Bombers, they only need 4, and then they'll sweep the Panthers, which won't be a great look for the Panthers. Getting swept from the Bombers, not a very good look, but the Panthers have won against them this season, so that is another thing to know. Maybe it's just not their night.
Yeah, Coach Tierney has won actually 5 GCL titles. He's trying to coach his team back to a win tonight to increase their record from 2-2 to 3-2 in the GCL.
Yeah,
Panthers have not gone 2-0 against the Bombers in GCL play since 2019. Interesting stat. Just shows how competitive GCL play is, and it's always back and forth between one another. This is no different.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a little bit of reputation since the season of 2019, but like I was going to say, Coach Tierney, he's been with this Elder Volleyball organization pretty much almost since it started. So he's seen it all, and he's seen every type of scenario. So, even if his team loses tonight, he's going to be able to work from it, and he's going to know how to coach his players to come off of that loss and continue on with their season and continue to win, because right now the record is 14-3, which is a fantastic season. You cannot complain with the record.
Again, all that matters is the postseason. Luke Source, number 5, up right into the net. A nice break coming out of the break for the Panthers.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see these X players and Panther players just coming up short of the net, especially late into this third set. Players are tired. They make mistakes. You have to stay strong, be powerful for the Panthers.
Yeah, it looks like the X-player was iced from that timeout. It looks like almost John O was iced there too. He missed that serve, which you don't normally see out of him. He's probably one of the best servers on our team, if not the best.
Again, serve specialist. Hitting into the net is not what you like to see. The freshman from St. X with the serve. Gets a break from the net. Nice hit from Roeder. They get it up to Taggart. Good block from the Panthers. Taggart tries to get a soft touch, but Panthers are having none of it.
Yeah, that's what the Panthers need right now in this situation. But a little more about Coach Tierney. He has the most wins by any coach in Elder history. So that's another thing to note, that Coach Tierney, he can get you to win some games. And we've seen that throughout all these seasons, and specifically throughout this season. He's been coaching his players great, and he's been able to get them through tough times.
Yeah, Tierney has actually 427 wins in his career as a coach and 4 state titles. He's looking to make it 428 tonight.
I'm not an expert, but that's pretty good. Tierney, overall, great leader, great for the team. Love to have him. See if the Panthers can go out this. Oh. Bombers just been getting breaks from the net all night. I think the past 3 serves have been rolled right up the net and into play.
Yeah, this serve from Joe Taggart could spell doom for the Panthers tonight. It is one of the last points of this last set. We'll see.
That might have
Give
been
it
the
up,
hardest
hope.
serve of this night. Definitely
They're
put all
going
of
to
his
try to
power.
get it to Taggart, but they can't. Nice effort from the Panthers. Get it over. Taggart just goes with the over. There it is. We need those from the Panthers. We're holding on. We need to hold on. 24-21.
Panthers keeping themselves in this game, but they need to score 3 more points to come back.
Yeah, tonight has been a close night.
Here's Brandt. They try to get over to Taggart, and he throws it at their feet. Taggart, star of the show tonight. They fed him. Panthers couldn't respond. Bombers win 3-0.
Yeah, very unfortunate night for the Panthers. Couldn't really come out at all against the Bombers. Really wasn't their night. I've seen a lot better games from the Panthers. They really just weren't playing the best that they could. Not a lot of energy out of them, not a lot of confidence, and a lot of mistakes from them. But I think they can definitely bounce back. Just looking at their record and just looking at this season, they've definitely been able to bounce back from their losses, and I think they'll be doing just fine. But St. X coming off of that sweep against Elder, that's going to be a lot of momentum carry on for the rest of the season. But Elder can't let it get to them. They need to keep on playing their game and use the anger that they got from this game and just use it for the rest of the season. And then they'll probably meet St. X later in the playoffs.
Yeah, this 3-0 set score, it really doesn't reflect how hard the Panthers played. Over the 3 sets, they only lost by under 15 points total over the 3 sets. They fought really hard. They played their best. Hopefully next season when they play them again, they can finish them off.
Last 2 games in GCL play, Panthers are 0-2. Moeller and X, 2 tough opponents, 2 teams they will surely see again in the playoffs.
Yeah, very unfortunate night for the Panthers, but that's all we got for this varsity matchup. Thank you all so much for watching tonight's volleyball matchups, and as always, go Panthers.